I'll destroy it all!
I hated my father. But I didn't really like my mother either.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to yet another Infinite Ammo Syndicate podcast. We have a horror podcast special, and today we are talking about Silent Hill F. I know it's been a long time in the making, talking about this, well, Japanese masterpiece and getting torn apart by giant bubblegum monsters, but we are here and we're gonna give our opinions tonight on the whole game. I'm your host, Renegade Operative, and I'd like to introduce my panel. First, we have Tolkien.
Hi everybody, I'm glad to be back. Felt like I was just in here. We're doing a Resident Evil 9 podcast, and before that was Chronos, but super glad to be back talking about Silent Hill F, one of my favorite games of last year. So I'm excited to talk about it.
Next up is Max.
Hello, my name is Max, also known as Leccho. I'm a VTuber variety streamer. Thank you so much for having me. I've been very much looking forward to talking about this game from the first trailer. I was very excited to see this new direction that Silent Hill was taking. So yeah, thanks for having me.
And last but not least is Burn.
Hiya, Burn here. I am so glad to be back again, same as Max and Tolkien. Really, Silent Hill F has been an amazing game, and being able to talk about it so in depth as we're going to be doing here today, it's just going to be amazing. This game has been just one of those games that hasn't left my mind in like ages since I played it, so I'm really excited for today.
We're gonna get right into it with question number one. Based on the trailers, what were you expecting from Silent Hill F, and what early moments proved you right or wrong? Tolkien, I want you to go first.
Well, as with most games, I usually do not do a whole lot of looking into a game before release. I'll usually see announcement trailers, you know, the first impression of hype, maybe the official release trailer when it gets closer to, but like unlike a lot of people that like to go in depth and see everything and read every article and every factoid about a game coming out, I try to avoid as much as I can, reserve the hype for myself, you know, not get too overhyped and get disappointed. But I do remember the conversations around this game when trailers were coming out for it and it was getting closer to release, and people talking about how good the trailers were, people reacting to it being in Japan, playing a very young protagonist, the very different style of combat when people finally got to see the bars on the screen, how different it was than the other ones, the overall design of some of the monsters we got to see. I'm a huge fan of horror, especially when it comes to video games media, and after having played Silent Hill 2 Remake last year previous, I was stoked to get another Silent Hill game. So I've been looking forward to this since I'd heard about it. And yeah, I'm super excited for Townfall and all the remakes we're going to be getting in the future. It's a fantastic franchise, so I was very happy to play this. Loved every bit of it. Yeah.
Burn, it is your turn. What did you think of the game based on the trailers, and is there an early moment that proved you wrong or right?
So I remember back when this game was announced, when Konami did their big like Silent Hill live stream announcement, where they also announced the movie, which is a different topic, but additionally, the other new games that they released, and they also revealed Silent Hill F. I gotta admit that from the trailer, the moment that I saw it, like I was, oh, we're coming back. We're going back. I definitely knew that it was gonna be very different from like the setting and everything, but just the vibe, just the way that the first trailer, the first reveal trailer showed the whole horror aspect, the whole the fog monsters, creatures, everything. It just let the things I don't know how to say it. It set things up in a way in my mind that was like, oh yeah, no, we are definitely going back to to the roots of Silent Hill. We're gonna have a story with new monster designs that are definitely gonna be amazing. The moment in the trailer, specifically when I knew that we were going into cool places with the body horror was, and I think we're going to be talking more about this later, but it was when in the reveal trailer to the flower monster, the face falls off and then reveals like the inside. Like that just, it was a visual that I saw in that moment and I was impressed by it because it immediately made me realize like, yeah, no, Silent Hill is going to be amazing right now. And this game simply, it's going to be like the big triumphant return to the series. And I know people might have been divisive, so people are open to that, but it definitely appeared as the big reveal at the very beginning when everything was just being shown to us.
Max, what about you? Based on the trailers, how did you feel about Silent Hill F and those early impressions?
For me, I'm mostly stuck to that initial first trailer, kind of as Byrne said, the imagery of the woman made of flowers in almost a coral-like manner floating across the water. That was the image that stuck with me the most. That there was clearly some kind of mysticism. I love the idea of a new location because if everything's isolated to Silent Hill, what happens to the rest of the world? Is there one entity? Is there multiple? So it opened up a lot of interesting like ideas of what exactly is spiritualism in the world of Silent Hill, and the direction of body horror I thought was fantastic. The other uh I guess you could say intro or teaser to the game. This isn't quite about F, but with a short message. It showed that they were willing to go a different direction, have different ideas, directly involve, I don't want to call them time skips, essentially time loops and like different forms of symbolism that are not solely locked to one region. It showed that they're willing to expand to the rest of the world, so I was pretty excited to see that. Uh, Unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. The biggest thing that first trailer kind of, like I said, it showed mysticism, but also that like the corruption of Silent Hill was no longer this creaking metal fog. It was almost like a living organism, like an infection or something that would spread throughout. And when the actual game started, like what proved me right or wrong, it was probably after the first chase sequence of like, oh, this isn't a corruption. This is just the form of you'll notice the theme as we talk about the game. A spiritual entities causing physical manifestations that you could consider quote unquote normal. And like that infection is the spiritual influence. So I wasn't disappointed. It was just like, oh, this is a totally different direction than what I thought. But I had very high hopes looking in, and they were not disappointed, just taking a different direction.
All right, it is my turn. Upon seeing the trailer, as a longtime Silent Hill fan, I almost didn't know what to think because it was vastly different than what I expected from the norm with setting Silent Hill in Japan and going to the 1960s and dealing with a lot of the struggles that the people had there. But I always found it interesting to do these period pieces with horror, and I think it works fine with Silent Hill because if you're doing something like that, then that means that opens up a lot of avenues to go pretty much anywhere with it. So I was kind of hooked from the get-go. I had a sneaking suspicion that the game was going to be obviously very, 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 very coded to Japanese folklore and all that other stuff, and how they were going to handle themes there. And I figured the game would be trippy to a large portion, and after I've played the game, I still would say, yeah, it's a psychological mindfuck with the stuff that they pull in it. I love the body horror aspect of the woman's face just peeling off, and you just see a void of just flesh and everything, and that's kind of surreal to see because, of course, like Silent Hill has a lot of bloody, disgusting, gory moments at certain times, but it's more about the psychological aspect, and we were seeing like a lot of physical brutality with this game, which is something that was also something that caught my eye and is very different, and that lies in the creature design, the monsters, and the beauty of the world, the beauty of Terra, which is what this game sort of markets itself as. So I think that they lived up to those basic expectations, and it's a couple of swerves here or there, showing that the story was going to go in a very crazy direction, and I was not disappointed by what I got. We're moving on to question number 2, and that is, how did the 1960s Japan setting influence the moment-to-moment atmosphere and the tone while you were playing the game? And I will go with Tolkien first.
I loved the setting and location. Japan is a beautiful place, and any chance a game can give me an in-depth look, no matter what the genre of game I am in. Their beliefs, their customs, the landscape is just absolutely gorgeous. The outfits in the game, the mannerisms, the look of the buildings, the school, the fields, the temples, the shrines, all very much showed the kind of time period you were in very well. In my opinion, made it obvious it was not modern day Japan. It was older. Um, and I just think it was a perfect setting for the game, having a story set around the different gods that they were believing in, the different beliefs they had. Um, and it just cemented the time period they picked, and how it shaped the landscape and the settings that we end up playing throughout the game.
Max, how about you? How do you feel about the 1960s setting and how that influenced the tone and atmosphere of the game?
My first instinct was kind of similar to Tolkien. I love Japan. I am a sucker for it. Every day, part of me wishes I could like go back to being to living there like I used to. But a big thing that I think is really interesting in Silent Hill games is it is almost always someone outside going into unfamiliar territory. Yes, I know, like James, like, oh, well, James used to live in Silent Hill. He left, it came back, and it was different. This game, it gave a different vibe because of the setting, because it wasn't just, oh, I'm returning somewhere and it's different, oh, I'm going into somewhere unknown. It was something that you knew and understood and that was normal, was slowly becoming corrupted. Like you didn't realize. I guess the best analogy would be if you're on a ship and you went below deck and you realize the entire hull was rotted and you're like, how long has this been going so heavily wrong? It also gave as we talked about before, the idea of the mysticisms, that it's not something weird like the cults before in Silent Hill, like 1 and 3. Everyone knows about it. Everyone follows it. Everyone does it. And it really fortified the plot. Fortified might not be the right word, but it strengthened the plot and the idea of fighting against traditions, but also realizing the good that traditions have done for us. So it did a lot to strengthen the overall plot. It set the power scale. It set the idea of what the monsters would look like by interacting with like yokai and such similar legends. It overall did a very good job in making you feel like part of the world, even as it was turning against you.
Ern, it is your turn. How do you feel about the 1960s Japan setting and the moment-to-moment atmosphere while you were playing it?
So I think Max gave like a pretty in-depth explanation just with that. But to add a little bit to that specifically, indeed, I think that the Japan setting helps a lot, specifically with that, because with so culturally rich that Japan is regarding the folklore, the stories, all of the tales and all of that, it really helps cement it a lot to get to make it make sense when you put it in a setting like Silent Hill, for example. And this mostly, as Max said, also it fortifies the plot a lot more, specifically because it complements specifically to that, like the legends and the folklore and everything, so that it gives you an idea. And considering how the plot of the game goes specifically, knowing that also Japan is a polytheistic culture in general, it's just it makes it interesting and allows the whole plot to develop in a better way. I don't know if that will be the best way to put it, but it helps just drive the plot a lot better to just put it in a setting like this. And I do like checking. settings like this, mostly because 1960s Japan was still a Japan recovering from war and from many of the things that happened during the 1940s and 50s. So we are still seeing a nation that is still recovering from like very heavy moments. So I think like all of the things, considering the setting, the place, the culture, and even what is the whole plot, the overall plot of the game with Hinako, in general complements everything so well because it fits so much to like delivers to deliver basically a story that is so in depth in so many places that simply it's admirable. It definitely helps to cement the plot way better than a lot of other settings would have done.
For me, usually it's a thing of the setting for Silent Hill accommodates the story. And of course, as it was said before, you're dealing with things associated with hierarchy and a lot of like rigid philosophy of the Japanese back then in the 1960s, and this all ties into the story, the characters, the world, the lore, and it's something that Silent Hill traditionally for the other world is rusty, dirty, blood everywhere, and this is more of a beautiful setting in how they do folklore with the foxes, and you see the Inari shrines everywhere and the dark shrines. So they lean pretty much heavily into what you know those things to be. Like Japan is kind of clean, and then they add in the whole pus like monsters everywhere, and they make it all stringy and it gets all gooey and it looks disgusting, but it's also a beautiful setting. So I think that's what they were trying to do, is try to make something that looks mesmerizing, that has lore put into it. You're a 1960s Japan student, so you're dealing with a lot of that societal pressure. I think it works to a large degree because it offers up another lens to people who possibly lived back then, or what they were going through back then, or the trials and tribulations with their friends. So I pretty much think that it was cool. I would love to see if they sort of like what happened if they go back to this environment and there's a time skip and they do something with it. How is the world going to be, after or during elements of Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, or the other mainline games? That's something that sparks my curiosity. But as I said, I think it really fits the plot, the story, the characters, and the world, and it's just something that's beautiful, yet it's also remarkably disgusting, and I hope we go back to it in the future. Next is the game leaning to body horror. How effective was that direction in your honest opinion, and did it feel natural to Silent Hill? And we will go with Max first.
So we touched on this a little bit before. Silent Hill has had body horror, basically speaking, from the get-go. Heck, one of the very first scenes of Silent Hill 1 is you going down an alleyway and then finding, what is it? Yeah, I don't know if it was ever directly confirmed if it was a baby or a toddler or what, but just like this absolutely ripped apart body stuck onto a rusty fence. Like, body horror has been a thing forever, but I think if anything, this kind of speaks to the you could say game design philosophy when it comes to like a third person game versus a first person game versus a fixed camera game. For the most part, combat and everything, there's a level of you being away from it. A painting is on the screen and you are simply a piece moving among it. However, now that it is a third person camera, things get way closer up into your face. You can see the individual details of the mannequin ripping your throat out with the kitchen knife. I think they did a fantastic job of not only showcasing that, but showing like the eeriness of all the small little details. We're going to keep harping on this because this game does this so well, of how absolutely disgusting all of the flowers are, all the flesh grows, the way that it almost warps and webs between different buildings. But it is so beautiful. And it does a very good job of feeling it's an organism that you do not understand. You are part of it, but you are not aware of how, and you don't know how it works. And it's going to consume you and take you into it, which is, ha ha ha, parallels to the ideas of the traditions and the religions of it. I will say, and like depending on which Silent Hill we go to, whether it's like Downpour, Homecoming, like the later ones, they do lean a lot more into having mechanics like as part of the flesh amalgamations. There was a part of me that missed that, but since they were going for a more spiritual angle, I think they absolutely nailed it. The monster designs look great. The way that like some of them look almost mineral, some look almost like they're like bridged on mechanical, but it's more like things have been augmented onto them. Some are just like almost toys and the toys and the like. Especially, we'll talk more about bosses later. The I don't know what her official name is, the pregnant mother. They absolutely nailed body horror in a way that hasn't really been touched so much, whether it's because the technological limitations of the time or just the format that they were going with it. I think they did a fantastic job.
All right, I'm gonna go next. It's gonna be brief for me, but I'm going to say that it is all dumbed down to who is writing this game, which is Ryukishi 01, and he is known for making stories where they are violent, bodies are put to tiny little shreds, and the acts of violence that are there is going to make you wince a little bit, which is probably why the game has so many brutal elements. There's one scene in particular that was really kind of interesting, but also a bit difficult to watch because you see a certain character get tortured throughout an entire sequence. I'm pretty sure we're going to talk about it later for memorable scenes, because I remember this vividly during my playthrough, and I was just like, what the fuck? It's getting worse, it's getting worse, it's getting worse, oh my god! So that's kind of how I was. I think it was effective in that regard, because I can quite say that I've never really seen a beat like that taken, at least for this franchise, but I'm gonna be honest, I loved it. Same goes for the designs as well of the enemies, and you see the pregnant mother and all of that. I just think that the Japanese, they have a way of designing creatures that is next level, otherworldly shit. I saw it with Evil Within, which is a good comparison, by the way, where they have some of those monsters rooted in that folklore, and you go to this game, and it's no exception here with the way that things look. It makes you intrigued, but also at the same time, stay away from me, because I don't want those fox clawed hoppers anywhere near me. I really think they cooked. I gotta give a shout out to the creature designer for this one. It's not Ito, I think it's someone called Kara, and they just did such an amazing job with what they were given. I really love it. Just people's face melting off, or someone going through torture. They are not afraid to shy away from the horror aesthetic, and I think that's very important for horror games, to delve into what makes you uncomfortable in the first place. Tolkien, it is your turn. What do you think of the body horror in this game?
Just like everybody else is saying, I think the body horror was fucking fantastic. And in my opinion, it fit right into Silent Hill just fine. Only having played Silent Hill 2 Remake to compare it to, there was definitely more here, and it was definitely more bloody in comparison. But the monsters being disgusting and resembling what they did was massively effective in getting you to feel the horror and the disgust of what they were supposed to symbolize with how they looked. Flowers, which are normally viewed by people as something beautiful, were bloody and looked sickly, coming out of characters almost like a disease. The puppets at the beginning having fucking hooves instead of feet scared the shit out of me. Hearing them clomp after you in the back alleys. The whole ritual later on in the game of Hinako cutting off her arm, peeling her face off, getting branded. I mean, they held nothing back. It was so hard and disgusting to see, and it was just absolutely brutal. what they had in this game. Everything was just disgusting. It fit right in with how harsh the themes of the game were, and I have mad respect for them not holding back on the grisly horror. I want more games to do shit like this. Like, it's horror. You give it to me. I loved all of it.
I want to give a little notion to the chat. I did see this comparison be floated around as well, where people kind of compared it to Fatal Frame. I wouldn't say it's a one for one, but I do believe that they both fall under that J horror wagon. So that does.
It's not one for one, but like the plot, especially with like Fatal Frame 4 and 5, you can tell they're using a lot of the same source material in the best way. Like, it's not a copycat. It's they both do it so well.
Yeah,
And like I was thinking that the entire time.
and the I guess, like I said, the comparison comes from the environments. It's kind of funny now that we think about it, because Fatal Frame, they also have a collab with Silent Hill F, and you can get Hanako's costume in the remake of Fatal Frame 2, which I thought was awesome. That's pretty incredible that you can just run around and they have this love for each other, and you see this collaboration between different franchises. I like that very much. But Burn, it is your turn. What do you think about the body horror and Silent Hill F?
I think everything has been said already, but in general, just to add to like everyone's answer, yeah, I think the body horror in Silent Hill has always been there, like from the very beginning. We have seen several examples of it, but the way that it is implemented and used specifically in Silent Hill F, again, it just adds so much to the story and to the vibe of the game in general. Uh, I think one of the things that I liked about the whole thing is that, considering also we're gonna be talking about this a little bit later, but considering some of the themes and topics that the game touches and uses as allegories, the way that they use body horror definitely is a lot of like a social commentary within all of those themes that it touches and everything. And I love whenever they do that in horror in general, like in movies, in shows, and in games. Doing body horror for those kinds of things, it's a very interesting topic because it definitely cements the whole idea, like the point that is being spoken about. It's being like face on directly, just like it's not trying to be subtle about it, and I love that it's not subtle.
All right, next question. This is question number 4. How effective was the game's psychological horror compared to its more visual or disturbing elements? So, the messing of the mind, did you guys think that was effective in this game? And we will go with Tolkien first.
I think the psychological horror elements were right up there, and fantastic, along with the visual and the auditory horror in this game. As you play through the game and learn more and more, you become disturbed, start questioning everything you see, everything you're reading, and as the plot thickens and you start realizing what things mean and what exactly is going on, you have self doubts and wayward thoughts, and are constantly being barraged by the insane horror visuals, the body horror, and the audio that's just nestled deep in your ear as you creep through like the dark shrine, your body on edge with every little scrape you hear, the crunching of the ground as you try to escape the scarecrow stalkers out in the fields, the panting and slurping of what I want to call Silent Hill's version of liquors, as they chase you through the streets and the rooms of your childhood home. Your mind is in constant torment, and your body is always on edge, never knowing what is around the next corner, or if you are always being watched and stalked from the shadows by these things. Like, it was fantastic.
Max, it is your turn. What do you think of the psychological horror and aspects when it comes to Silent Hill F?
I would say in terms of first off, during the direct gameplay, kind of like Tolk mentioned, but I want to go a little bit more detail into it. A lot of the Silent Hill games do a very good job of making you feel scared because it is silent, completely so. And you just kind of wonder like what's out there, especially when you see something moving in the distance. The fog doing a great job of muffling sounds so you don't know what's around the corner. There's an interesting philosophy when it comes to stealth. of do you want to be completely silent or do you want to make something else happen that is so loud and distracting that you don't realize when something is sneaking up to you. The F, we've kind of joked about this off camera, stands for forte. Everything makes sounds. It almost like the town, especially with its growths, sound like if you stopped to stare at it, you could see it slowly moving. The enemies do such a great job of like cackling and crackling noises, and so that you can hear them in the distance, but you can't quite locate where they are. And then when they come at you, like overwhelming you, and then when they have the enemies that are quiet, it is so much more horrific. It creates silence it creates silence by making so much sound that you don't know what's going on. It's essentially taking the same idea but flipping it on its head, and I think they did that very well. However, the psychological really comes in. So the first playthrough, we all keep saying that we're going to mention things in the future, but it's because it all ties together beautifully, which is why we want to talk about this game. The game does a very good job of giving you one perspective at the beginning, but then the perspective becomes so erratic and you're not sure what's real because you have the realization that everyone is lying. Everyone is lying. Everyone's being manipulated by someone else. It is just this absolute cluster of what is real, what's going on, what's even real in the real world versus what is actually happening. Who is the cause of what? And it's that uncertainty and confusion that they absolutely nailed it. Something I've talked about with like other Silent Hills, right? I like to call this the FNAF problem of if you're not able to easily tell what's going on, then the story writers have failed to make their point. And there are times where it's like you're not entirely sure what the goal or symbolism or plot is. Silent Hill does such a good job of making you feel like you're completely uncertain, only to then slowly unravel it or give you the pieces you need to figure it out yourself. They nailed the psychological aspect, and they did the most important thing that any horror game can do. You scare yourself just by walking through a field because you will hear like a twig snap, and it's absolutely nothing. And because of that, they nailed it.
Okay, I'm going to go next. I feel like the psychological aspects, some of them are very blatant, like the fear of either, a lot of the societal pressure that we talked about back then, or you could see it through Hanako needing to live up to the expectations of her family, and a lot of these things converting itself into creatures. You have literally a dad monster wrapped in blubber and flesh, and some people might interpret that as, oh, it's the drunk dad, spewing vomit and alcohol and sort of venom everywhere, and his words are like cutting into Hanako. You can come up with 1,000 different theories for this game, and you would probably be somewhere on the money with some of these creatures or some of these thematic premises. And either the giant pus bag creature that's pregnant, you gotta kill it, or they go into a route of gender discrimination where one of the creatures flat out yells, "You're a woman," and you can see how they treat people as weak within this time period. And I think it all works psychologically because, I mean, the fear of psychological is obviously the fear of the, mind, the unknown. If people are going really crazy, is there hallucinations? Am I really there? And the game kind of does that with one of the mechanics that we're going to talk about with one of the endings. But I will say that, this mind trickery, this mind fuckery, all of this is standard to what Silent Hill is known for. They just do it in unique and interesting ways of symbolism being very, very at the forefront. And I thought the themes in this game made sense with what they were doing. It's very graphic, it's very dark, but if it's not dark or graphic, then to me it can't be on the same table as the name, the IP, Silent Hill. So I thought that the psychological themes and what they were conveying and what I wanted to know more about started to unravel a lot as I played more to the end game, and then I started to get like, oh, they're doing this with certain creatures, or oh, some of the creatures are related to the Inaris and how they are projected because, of course, Kotoyuki and the curse that's been bestowed upon him. And then you see this with, like we talked about, some of the fox insignias or some of the fox creatures wandering around, and even yourself at one point, that sort of happens. So the game is embroiling you into this whole sense of, I want to say, trust with certain things, and you don't see the deception because your character's getting slowly ingrained and warped into being told a lie. And I think that was pretty good within the story itself and what was expected of her, and how she tries to sort of sway her choice, or this is not what she wants, and she starts talking to herself, and you see more of the symbolism happen later in the story. So the themes are pretty good in my personal opinion. Burn, did you go on this question of the psychological theme in the horror?
Not yet. I do have a thing for that specifically.
Go ahead.
So, again, as I have been saying with everything else, the psychological horror, the way that they made it working here, it's simply amazing. Just like the way everything keeps you on like the tip on your toes all the time, but also again with the setting, with the whole plot that is unraveling, and the way that I mean, your main character is literally a high schooler. You're playing like someone that is very young. From what we've seen, maybe she's even experiencing puberty. We don't know. So what we are seeing definitely is just like a really really horror aspect of what a child is seeing, and that helps a lot. Just like seeing that from the eyes of someone so young helps so much to cement the psychological horror, because you definitely feel like that, just like as a child being helpless in this world that wants to hurt you so much. Because in the game you only have your weapons and everything. What else do you have? No one is there to help you. Nothing additional. There are like zero guns and stuff like that. You need to defend yourself any way you can, and that helps cement the horror so much. And adding to that the whole aspect of how you feel with everything just like going after you, just like psychologically you feel so vulnerable, and that helps so much with the whole game.
All right, we are moving on to the next question, and that is, so the story deals with misogyny, domestic abuse, arranged marriage, and the pressure to conform to societal gender roles through Hanako's family and her situation. You see the stuff going on with Junko, where, she completely cuts contact after she got married. What do you guys think of these themes in the story, and how well did they come through to you? How do you relate to them from your own like personal experiences? And I will go with Tolkien first.
I don't have a lot to say. I'll just keep this one a little bit brief. But I think all the themes were delivered fantastically well through the dialogue. The voice actors were absolutely fantastic, portraying the emotions around all these themes. It was explained through lore, the visuals, each playthrough adding more depth and bringing forth more light onto all these topics that Hinako is dealing with, and how it was affecting her psyche, her being so young, as Byrne stated, struggling in her own mind between doing what she believes is her duty to her family, conflicting with what she really wants out of life, being so young, having to make these decisions, being forced into things, um, dealing with customs and beliefs that she does not necessarily want to take part in, losing her sense of choice, choice of happiness. And each playthrough shows the forces and meanings behind these customs, how she deals with them, and each ending kind of portrays all of these choices for all of the themes.
Well, I'm gonna give my piece on this. It's definitely obvious. When I saw the Fox's wedding ending, and one of the lines in there was "Don't treat me like an object," so it's there. I don't have a problem with them conveying this. There was a uproar from the community because of them tackling these ideas of either misogyny, feminism, or domestic abuse. But I would say, as long as you treat any sort of theme whatsoever with the tact and with the gritty nature that it deserves, then you can do anything with it. It's no exception from the rule to that at all. I believe that hard themes is core to Silent Hill, and we kind of saw that with Silent Hill 2 remake, where they deal with themes of either, sexual assault and things of that nature, which is very, very serious topics. And this is no different. Women go through this or they deal with this. And of course, back in 1960 Japan, this was going to be a thing that will be touched upon one way or the other as soon as I played this game. So I think that it's fine. The way that they handled it personally is fine because of Hanako's reaction to everything, and it sort of feels like a fish out of water in a sense where she is going through these changes, but she also wants to be happy, and maybe there is some delusion there of trying to see the good of people and seeing through her family and saying, we stick together no matter what. And then you sort of get hit with another down state where you get flashbacks to her past, and her mother really wasn't standing up for her, or her father really wasn't, there for her when she needed him, and he was always pressuring her or beating her or throwing knives at her, which it's brutal stuff. This game does not fuck around with themes of that magnitude, and then you're just back in the hole yet again, sunk to depression. So I like that because it's human to see that there's layers to people and it's not just so black and white all the time. And you even see basically this projected outward. We're gonna talk about that a little bit later, but I'm going to say that for the harder stuff, the harder context, and what the story does in terms of those themes and elements, I really related to it, and I really liked it because it could happen to almost anyone, and that's the core nature of the game. Even Hanako's friends, they have shit going on where they're not perfect, or they are flawed, or they're trying to sort of get through it themselves, or there is the nature of some people never changing, like Rinko. Like Rinko is very, very, very adamant on who she is. And if you play the game, you already know what this is, which is pattern jealousy. It's just prominent throughout her character, throughout the whole thing. And I think that's a good example of how you're viewing Hanako's mindset and how you're viewing these characters throughout the experience. So Max, it is your turn. What did you think of the themes of this game for either marriage or just domestic abuse, or the harder edge to this game?
So I'd like to say first off that you are correct. The fact that this game is willing to tackle these kinds of more in-depth issues, these ones that can hit a lot harder at home, be more visceral, be problems that ultimately cannot be solved. That was a good grammar, but you understand what I mean. Is awesome. I love it. Psychological horror is Silent Hill's best trait in how it forces you to confront your own inner demons. So the game being willing to go into those issues is awesome, and I absolutely loved it for that. That being said, so we talked about how this has been a while in the making. So we've played this game plenty of times, had lots of times to kind of ruminate and think about it. And as I was doing catch up for this video, I was watching lore videos to be like, okay, do I remember all the finer details? Yes, I remember that. Yes, I remember that. That's incorrect. That's also incorrect. That's also incorrect. A lot of people really focus on the idea of misogyny, domestic abuse, arranged marriage, the sins of the tradition, and they treat it all like it is this ultimate evil. And the only way I know how to describe this, and many people will consider this heresy, is I think in a lot of ways that people have been essentially brainwashed by, it sounds funny to say, toxic feminism, because the marriage isn't the problem. The traditions isn't the problem. We see this later on when in different playthroughs when we get to hear more of the dad's perspective and the mom's perspective. The mom does have weight in the household. She does have influence. She isn't just an object. The father genuinely cares about the daughter and her well-being and wants what is best for her. He just thinks the best way to do this. Yes, he's going through depression. Yes, he's been screwed over by his like once thought friend, and as a result, he's like became drunkenly and became like more angry and stuff. And this shouldn't be so easily forgotten. And it's even said in the journal that like, I understand why you did this, but that does not make your behavior okay. These things happen, but this is almost like throughout the game a self-inflicted issue. The marriage isn't the problem, which is why in the true ending, Hanako herself says maybe she will marry. I always forget the name of the actual name of the guy who is Foxmass, but like maybe she will marry Foxmass. But the issue that everyone seems to be missing with these guides, even to the point of so two of the endings is essentially choosing whether or not you want to go through the marriage or not. A lot of people consider not going through with the marriage a good ending, even though it destroys yourself, the family, the future, the town, all of it. None of them are good endings except for the true one. A lot of people are treating the marriage and stuff as the ultimate evil, when really, I think the biggest theme of this game that everyone should take home is it's the idea of free will. Tradition isn't bad. Blind following of the tradition, or just doing it because others are pressuring you into it, is the problem. Same with the marriage. Her marrying Shu, her marrying the Foxmass, these are both neutral options. Neither are good or evil. They are both evil because they are being manipulated by outside forces. Looked over at chat. That was my mistake. I completely lost my train of thought. That is the ultimate sin, and I think the ultimate, I should say sin. It is the ultimate through line and plot throughout the entire game. The main ending, you get ripped apart because you don't have free will and you don't know what to do with yourself. The game does a great job of showcasing it, and I really feel bad for people. This is going to sound high and mighty. When people said that they wanted to play the first playthrough and then call it good, right? They don't get to see the full angles of it. All they see is all these people that treat her as an object and like take away her own humanity, not realizing the situation that they've all been in. Not to mention how most of the enemies and monsters and bosses and puppeteers all represent ways that it is self-inflicted, whether through other women, whether through other men, thinking that this is just the way things are. There's a lot more going on than just straight misogyny. And I guess for those who are, I should say for those who want to see it, it's for those who want to look into the reasonings for everything. It paints a beautiful picture. Like, people like to think the 60s is just this hellscape where it's like, the wife I came home and the steak was cold and now I get to beat my wife as she does cocaine. No, people had plenty of individualism, power, education, those kinds of things. It's just we look at the past as this barbaric thing. And this game does a great job of showing that if you're willing to look more than surface level.
So I want to chime in really quickly on that one, just give a little bit of clarity before we move on to the next person. So I do agree that it's not just like one layer, oh, the dad's just drunk and beating her and there isn't a reason for this. But I also wanted to add that they know that this behavior from him was wrong, considering the angle of the apology, where it's just like, you know, she still had a hard time forgiving him, but she forgave him. She wanted to forgive him anyway with the Dark Hanako thing, because one side wasn't willing to give this man the benefit of the doubt, but throwing knives at your child, or a lot of the notes where it seemed to be like the parents were just hard asses to their kids. It probably was better ways to go about it as opposed to just acting the way that they were acting in certain cases. And in some other cases, maybe for one night, because the mom kind of alludes to it, maybe one night there was some free will that wasn't exercised enough with the whole just gonna wring out stuff in your tea and just treat you like that, and after 3 weeks you can't stand it anymore. But does it fix the situation now with what Hanako's gone through and what she's been told by her father? So yes, one playthrough alone is not going to cut it. I don't know why people said this or did this. uh there is some criticism that I have about the game in terms of how it handles multiple playthroughs, because I really uh, I'll talk about the true ending later, but still, I do liked the fact that it really goes upon this journey of knowing people's true intentions, and you never know until it's too late. And maybe even how the story coordinates itself to say, oh, I had this vision of this guy the entire time. Oh, now I get more in-depth personality with the fact that he was working with a friend, he was betrayed, he was mad with the father, and you can kind of see sort of where he's coming from, even though it's still kind of relatively fucked up. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context for that one. Yeah, the reasons behind the reasons, nobody knowingly does evil for evil's sake. I agree with that.
Dude, the scene where the mom and dad broke down and like fully explained themselves, some of the most heart-wrenching shit. Like like I basically teared up because it's just a series of evils being done and them trying to make the best of it. Like there's layers and layers on this stuff, and a lot of people just look at the surface level.
I'm gonna cry like a baby during that scene,
Oh,
and just
I
explaining
did.
it.
I did.
Holy crap, that was really good writing. But Burn, it is your turn. What do you think about the themes of this game?
Yeah, so it was what I wanted to talk most specifically, but I think everything also has been already laid out. But yeah, also, as everyone has said, people, the general public has been taking the main themes of the game in a very literal way without looking at them more deeply, which definitely helps damage the general image of the game in general, because I do think that the themes of misogyny, domestic abuse, the arranged marriage, and everything, they are part of the issue, but they are not the issue, because the whole plot of the game is not that these things are like, well, I mean, some of these things are really bad, obviously, but for example, the whole plot about the arranged marriage and the way that the family is doing it and everything, obviously, as Max is saying, it's not that they are being evil about it. It's not that they are doing it just because of selfishness or anything like that. It's because there are so many things deep within the whole plot that it's not just like, oh, it's evil and it's bad because of this. No, it's because of this and because of that. And there's this and that. And there's so many things that go into play in general with the whole, let's say, conspiracy that is going on in the town, which definitely ends up, in general, it's a whole thing. Like, the whole point that I'm trying to get is that it's true, like, marriage is not the main evil of the game for Hinako or any of the other characters. It's just the method that is being used by the actual evil characters that are manipulating everything. Like, people are being manipulating in the whole plot of the game. Everyone is siding in one side to another side. Everyone is trying to take their best interest while simply surviving. It definitely I think it ties to what I said about the setting of the 1960s, because as I said, we are seeing a Japan still recovering from several crises and everything. So in here, it is logical that the parents are gonna be doing whatever they can, because they say like, we need the money, if not we're gonna die. And considering how they were back in the day with the culture and just like the societal norms back in the day, obviously they're gonna say the best way that we can is by marrying our daughters, by just like strengthening the family bonds. So the story deals with misogyny and domestic abuse and arranged marriage and the societal gender roles in general in several ways that we need to analyze all of those topics, I think, individually, so that you can understand the whole plot of the game. And that's also why, as Ren said, playing the game just once and seeing like the first ending that's not gonna do it. Like you're literally missing on like literally 70% of the game. Because as we learn later in the game, Hinako is an unreliable narrator. Like the story that you see on the first playthrough, you're not even sure that that is the whole thing. You're not seeing the whole truth. So definitely you are losing a lot of things and missing a lot of context. So the story deals with these themes in a very interesting way. People are taking them in not the best way possible, but I do think that the Silent Hill team, were able to make the best with what they had, and they definitely tell an in-depth story that maybe I don't empathize so much with those themes and everything, because it's not something that I will ever live in my life. But you can see everything that Hinako goes through, and you definitely understand that there's a struggle, a very deep struggle going on within her, with everything going on around in her life.
All right, we are moving on to the next question. You know what? I'm just gonna tack this on for the general story question because I think this is good to mention. We need to vent a little bit, so I'm gonna let Tolkien vent a little bit here. So with Rikuishi '07, known for Higurashi When They Cry as the writer, how did you feel about the overall story, its pacing, and how everything came together? Did it feel cohesive or messy by the end? And how do you feel about people who played the game one time, they got to the ending with the shrine and Hanako's massacre, and they said that the game and the ending was confusing? Do you have any opinions on that? And I will go with Tolkien first.
Okay, so you're just tacking on to 6. You're not combining other questions.
No, I'm just tacking that
Um,
on.
okay. So I loved the story. I think the way they told it through multiple playthroughs is brilliant. I don't give a shit what anybody else says. I think it would have been a mad disservice to the game and the story if they tried to jam all of that information into one massive playthrough, and try to actually get people to understand it. Each playthrough unravels more of the background and more of what's going on, and showcasing the difference in how characters behave and how different Hinako's mind and decisions change each time you play. Different cutscenes, different dialogues, different lore, different endings, her different thought processes. Getting all of that showcases different choices she's making as she learns more about herself, and you learn more about the family and the parents and the sister and the suitors, and all of that together was just so intriguing and done so well. I had no problem replaying it over and over and over. I spammed this game, legit, played all 4 playthroughs straight when this game came out. I did not play anything else until I finished this. I think with the story being split between 5 different playthroughs, that it was incredibly spaced well, and I believe each playthrough changed just enough with all of those things to make it still feel fresh and not annoying in the slightest. Like many other New Game Pluses people play, or with different endings, like even Silent Hill 2 Remake, for an example. Like the only things that really change are certain items to get certain endings, but nothing else changes. Or the ending cutscenes, things like that. Whereas in this game, you have new areas open up. You get new weapons for different endings. You get different mob placements. You get different dialogue. You get different cutscenes within the house later on when you see the parents. You get the different bosses at the end. You get the different ending cutscenes. Like there's so much that they change that like it is such a disservice to yourself and to this game if you don't go through and play it. And I think people that do all this complaining of, oh well, I only want to play it through one time and not see anything else. Well, are you a gamer or not? You just sound like a whiny bitch, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but like you should be playing it for the love of the game. Like the story is so good. How could you not want to keep playing and learn more? Like it's very obvious that you cannot just learn everything in one playthrough. But yeah, I was gonna rant on that a little bit later, but it's just like I just don't understand. It's so well done. I cannot imagine only going through the once and not seeing anything else. But like another point to that is the amount of gamers that I see now that complain when a game comes out and it has zero replayability, and they complain, they go, well, this game has no replayability, I'm docking it points, it doesn't give me a reason to replay it. And now you have this game that these devs have put their heart and soul into and give you a reason to replay it, done in a perfect way, and you still have people complaining, except now they're complaining that they have to play through it multiple times to see everything. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. Like, you pick a side. Like, this was perfectly done for replayability wise. I cannot think of another game that has done it this well before, that make it different so that it still feels fresh and good every time and not garbage. So yeah, I ignore the haters and the whiners. Like, if you're a gamer, then prove it. Play the game. It's good. Fantastic.
Alrighty, we're gonna go with Max on this one. How did you feel about the general story and the people that only stopped at one playthrough? Do you want to give an opinion on them? It is your turn.
It feels almost like we are casting judgment on those below us. Generally speaking, okay, I'm gonna contradict myself a little bit. Generally speaking, I'm of the opinion that one playthrough should be able to showcase the entire story, the entire plot. You should be able to enjoy the game in one go. If you want to have challenge runs, if you want to have higher difficulties and things, that's great. But I would say I'm in the camp of everything else is just wasting time or just like trying to stretch out gameplay for as long as possible, right? Thinking even of movies and the like, I have a hard time thinking of any movie, any game, anything that does a good job when telling the story out of order or when telling the story through repetition, with the exception of Project Hail Mary, just because it's still in my head, Near Automata, with exactly how 2B and 9S's plot works, and Silent Hill F. I cannot imagine a world where it's like, all right, we're going to take all these different plot points, all these different perspectives, all these different ways to look at the motivations of each person and cram it into one playthrough. You would have to have 30-minute cutscenes per note, per discussion. The time when Hanako is talking to her left and right selves would have to be an hour as they sit there and hash out each individual issue. And I think the reason that this game does the spaces it out through different playthroughs, how it works with pacing, is it's also how you're working through it. Hanako is dealing with, Byrne was touching on this, Hanako was dealing with the idea of the marriage isn't a bad idea. It's a good idea, objectively speaking. But also, you don't want to give up your past. You don't want to give up your friends. You saw your sister who thought that she had to cut everyone else out, and you don't want that either. Each side has positives, while each side also has negatives. And the problem is, like we said, when there is a lack of free will. So them spreading it out to different playthroughs, so you can have the playthrough of, I'm really thinking about this from the perspective of my, of my childhood enjoyments and my friends. I'm really thinking about this from the perspective of, this marriage would be good for me. I'm thinking about it from my sister's perspective. I'm thinking about it from my parents' perspective. I am never one to say multiple playthroughs are a hard requirement, but the writing is done the most justice when you have the time to sit there and process each person's thought process. Since we're kind of combining the things a little bit, let's see. Did it feel cohesive or messy by the end? I would say it felt cohesive. By the end, all strings were connected. There was a bow on top. Everything made sense. You could see everyone's motivations. It's just you have to give it the time to explain itself. Else it's the same as watching a movie through YouTube Shorts at ×4 speed. You would have just been overloaded. I think they did a great job if you're willing to give it the chance to breathe. And also, okay, so for those of you who are like, oh my goodness, will each playthrough get harder and harder? Like, oh, are they gonna like overload me with enemies? It's just gonna turn to a slog. All these parts where I have to fight all these dudes. You keep all your upgrades. You keep all your weapons. You get more and more charms over time. Like, by the end, it is a cakewalk, especially because you understand how enemies move and stuff. You're there for the story and you'll get there very quickly, even on the hardest difficulty. So definitely multiple playthroughs, hitting all of them is a requirement and the best way to enjoy the story.
All right, it is my turn. I'm gonna start with the first playthrough people first, because I just think that's fascinating. I believe that you just cannot play this game just once if you want the full general gist of the plots, like everyone has said, because the most you're gonna think is that it's something that Burns said earlier, which resonates, where Hanako is the unreliable narrator throughout the story, and then eventually she starts to wisen up to what's going on, and she starts to also give in to the things that she wants and desires, and her feelings about what's going on around her with this whole arraignment. And I feel as though you're not gonna get that out of the default ending. Again, everyone's mostly dead at the ceremony, and she killed everyone. It's like, holy shit. It leaves intrigue, but if someone just sat down and said, "Oh, I'm confused by that," of course you're gonna be confused because you don't know what the true ending is. And I think for what this story is, I'm not gonna lie, it does start out pretty basic and starts to get complex as time goes on, which I think is well done in my opinion, because at first you start to think, and I was thinking this when I saw the trailers, that, oh, it's just going to be Hanako's friends have some issue with her, it's going to be about bullying, and yes, bullying is a part of the thematic of the story, but it's also a lot more to what people are doing. And I think that once you get the full general gist and the full picture of, oh, this is why people have been doing what they're doing, or this is why Shu has this sort of reaction, and maybe he has some deceptive nature to him as well when he slips the pills and then you don't take him, and then there's that moment where it's like, oh, you don't need me anymore. I think it's just a growing step of people making these mistakes, slowly learning from them as time goes on, as other people react to them, and as you see certain conditions in the story met. It is a journey, I'm not going to lie. I was with you when I discovered and found out that I had to go through the ending of the game like 2 times to get the true ending. I was one of those people that's like, why am I being forced to do this? This doesn't really feel like something that's satisfying, but the more I kept playing, the more I kept experiencing the story, the more it opened up, and you see these newer scenes, which we're going to talk about later, but you see these scenes of people giving extra context to what's going on. It started to open up the plot a lot more than necessary, so I would say one of those things you have to do is stick with it, because if you don't, then you're not going to understand at least a good 80% of the character motivations in this game if you decide to say, I stopped at one playthrough and that's it. It's a lot of revelations that occurs and goes on, and you start to question, why is Hanako forcing herself through these trials at the Dark Shrine? Then you get more context saying, Kotoyuki was cursed, and his influence is probably washing over, and she's doing it. She talks about love like later in the story as well, wanting to be loved and cared for, and maybe that also tied into a lot of twisted delusions that occurs in some of the endings and in some of the actions with the character. And one of the things I know it's a gameplay thing, but it does tie in well to here. You start to see that manifested, because I believe at the beginning of the board where you go into the city, it's like someone else's name plastered on there and it's torn off, and it says, oh, they're missing, what's going on here? Then you get to the end of the game and you look at the same board and it's Hanako's name, and you find out she's been missing for weeks upon end, and you're like, well, what the, so maybe that was all masked up because she's so unreliable in the first place. And it's just so intriguing when you get to that revelation, like you weren't really told the whole truth, and now what is going to be the conclusion of this story? Am I going to like have the character die in the story, or is something else going to happen? It just keeps you wanting more the more you go through this interactive medium. And I, for the most part, I have no issues with the plot itself. I think it tied up things to a relative fashion. I think you discover actually more during the time that you're trying to get more endings. You start to get even more motivations. You start to learn about more characters. You start to learn about how they open up. I thought that, well, my hate goes for the gameplay section. I am mixed about that. I will explain, but story wise, atmosphere wise, tone wise, I promise that if you stick with it, you're going to love it. I was gonna say something else, but I forgot my train of thought. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there and move on to the next person. I think I yapped enough. So, who didn't go on this question? Burn, did you go?
No, yeah, the one.
Yeah, go on this
Um,
question.
sure thing. Uh, so again, uh, going back to what has been said in previous questions and everything. Um, Ryukishi '07 is basically a figure known to J horror fans specifically because he's known for the Higurashi When They Cry and Umineko When They Cry visual novels, which are some of the best examples of psychological horror in general, I think, in visual novels. And the way that he writes stories, both Higurashi and Umineko, definitely involves a lot of playing the same thing over and over again. But with games like Higurashi, it's literally replaying like chapter one of the visual novel is the whole thing. You play the whole game and everything. You finish it, and then when you play the next chapter, the next game, like literally the first part of the game is basically the same text and everything, but you start uncovering so many things, and that's what helps you develop the story a lot more. And you can see a lot of that here in Silent Hill F, because the story definitely seems to be involved in a way like that. Like, it's the main reason of why you cannot just play this game once and say like, oh, that was enough. No, because you're literally getting like 20% of the whole story, because you're missing on so much context, so many things and everything. And that is just something so normal about Ryukishi '07's style of writing. You need to keep playing the game. And as Max said when he answered, the game doesn't even get harder once you replay it. You could even say that maybe, oh, it could get tedious because I'm replaying the same things. But once you get used to the whole thing and everything, you start to breeze through the whole game. The whole way that the story paces and that mixes with the gameplay by replaying again and again and again, it just ends up in a way, it blends in a way in which you enjoy it without it feeling tedious. It even happens that on your next playthroughs, like after you finish the game once, on the dark shrine realm, you get the powers like quicker. Literally, like I think you get them like 2 or 3 visits quicker than in the normal game. Literally, you can pass some of the earlier parts of the game way faster. The game literally helps you so that you can start experiencing the next part of the story as quickly as possible. But you need to pay attention to all of that. You need to pay attention to all of the details because you are seeing way too many different things. Because spoiler alert, on the first ending, we realize that Hinako has been taking pills that literally make her hallucinate. So definitely seeing the rest of the game, the rest of the story without taking the pills is like, oh, you're literally seeing like a whole different thing. You're seeing different dialogues, different scenes. Some characters who weren't even there are now there, or vice versa. You, the pacing of the stories in the way that Ryukishi '07 writes them, it's just you need to play them while definitely putting attention. It's not a game. Silent Hill definitely is not a game that you can turn off your brain so easily. But Silent Hill F is not at all a game in which you can turn your brain off. Because with games like Silent Hill 2, 3, 4, once you know them, yes, you can maybe turn off your brain a little bit more. But Silent Hill F and the way that it puts the story in pieces, every gameplay, every playthrough, definitely you cannot turn your brain for this game. Like you need to play this game while actually being like, I need to immerse myself in the story. Like if I want to understand this, I need to actually pay attention. You cannot just scrub this thing like just like, oh, skip, skip. There's no way. That's definitely doing a disservice to this game. And the plot definitely feels way more cohesive and way more understandable once you get to the end. The moment that you get to the end, everything falls in place. You understand everything. So for the people who might say like, "Oh, maybe I will play a couple of times or something," no, try to get all endings because you will get different things for each ending, and they complement the whole plot in general, all of them, except the UFO ending. But that's just like extra. That's a fun one. But all of the other endings, you definitely need to get them if you want the whole story for the game.
All right, we are moving on to the next question, and that is going to be the characters. What do you think of the characters, including Hanako, Shu, Sukuko, Rinko, and the fox mask figure? Who stood out the most, in your opinion? And we will go with Tolkien first.
Um, I enjoyed the characters and how they were written. I don't know if there was one that necessarily stood out the most, just because I think they were all so well done in their own individual way. I don't think there was really anybody that was like forgettable. I think you tend to remember all of them for different reasons. They wrote them in a great way to make you feel emotions, different emotions for each of them. The amount of memes and rage and hatred that I got to feast upon for people and how they felt about Rinko, how she treated Hinako, how she was in the game. Um, you feel confusion and then later horror upon learning that Shu is not the innocent, kind friend you believed him to be for the longest time after realizing that you've been poisoned by him, which ended up being you massacring everybody at your own wedding in the first ending. Sakugo is the weird friend whose family has deep ties and customs and beliefs around the area, the shrines. Um, the parents had me constantly questioning who they really were, as their first appearance shows the mom being a complete pushover and the husband kind of walks all over her. And then you get further into the game, you learn, all the terrible misfortunes with the dad, and the mom was actually there more than it appeared. Um, Junko's the older sister, who kind of gives Hinako this bad, jaded view of pregnancy, and how it is portrayed as a disgusting, annoying thing when you get to see the birthing mob later in the game, because that is how she's viewing the pregnancy now, after having seen her sister go through pregnancy. Um, and then you got Koto Yuki, find out is the boy Hinako met as a child, who then became possessed by the Inari, grew up, became head of his clan, and is now the one that she's supposed to have an arranged marriage with. And then, of course, we have Hinako, the main protag of our story, who is dealing with all of these forces around her when she's only a young child. And our heart breaks for her as we guide her through the game and see everything she has to contend with and deal with, and all these decisions she has to make at such a young age. I think all the characters are written very well. All of them have good parts, all of them have bad parts and nasty flaws to them, and essentially, to sum it up, they're all human beings. Some of these things people deal with in real life, some of these themes. They're all human, and I think they were all very well done. I enjoyed them all.
All right, I'm gonna get mine out of the way, so everyone else can go. I'm just gonna be blunt. I'll start with the Fox Mass. This guy, to me, he just came off as a gooner. I understand why he was doing what he did, and but to me, he was just mostly under that Inari curse and gooning to Hanako for most of the story before I found out, oh, he's actually a good boy with good intentions. But every singular time he would say, Hanako, oh, you're beautiful, or I want to take you as my wife. I was just like, get away from me. I'm like, I was just saying that throughout the whole experience of the recording, until I got to the end of the true ending. And it was nice to see that, you know, the character himself, he had, you know, he was the boy that Hanako sort of stood up for, and you get more context with him and her family and his family and the expectations they sort of had between each other. It's just all a tragic story for him when you find out at the end of the day. Fuck Rinko. I don't like this character. She pushed me down the goddamn stairs and almost broke my neck. And raging out with the whole jealousy girlfriend thing, constantly asking, "Oh, are you dating Shu?" all the fucking time. I was so glad when I killed her, because she's just a psychopath, dude. Like, I don't even understand why. There was one account defending her. I was literally like, I think I should report this account because this is heresy 101. You know, jokes aside though, it's not for Sukako. It's Sukako, or I don't know how to say her name. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that, but Sukuku, she, I think I just mispronounced it like 3 times. That's so funny. It's not much of her presence outside of the beginning. And I do feel bad for her, with the whole story of her, Hanako, you know, labeling her as a traitor, constantly wanting that companionship and feeling like she was being avoided in the notes. That was something where I was like, oh, so she just is alone, and she didn't want her friend to abandon her for other things, and you know, Hanako would go play Space Wars with Shu, and this character started to feel lonely. So I'm like, oh man, that sort of sucks. So I felt bad for her in particular. Let's see, who else do we got? Shu is that guy's a master manipulator after seeing what he did, where he drugged Hanako. At first I was thinking, like, I was on the same page in the beginning of my playthrough. I was just kind of like, oh, this guy's cool. He's a cool male character, you know, with a baseball bat. That was kind of cool too, standing up for things. Then when I get to the end and I find out what he was doing, I was like, oh, he's a piece of shit. And I saw that later context of, oh, he gives her the pills and it has the white Claudia that hallucinates Hanako, and he gets that from his parents, because they are like pharmacists, from what I heard in the story. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. He shouldn't be doing that, and he's an asshole. And then you get to a point later on in the story where it's like, when Hanako doesn't take the pills, he sort of lets her go on her own and leaves that note. So it feels sympathetic, but you really don't feel bad for him because of what he does. So I liked that dynamic and aspect to it, where she clearly cares, and maybe there's a little bit of love there, but at the same time, you realize that this action that he's doing is wrong. And as for Hanako herself, I thought she was a nice, complex main character. I think she fits for what they're going for, which is obviously just a lot of unknown factors to her history, her lineage, and her past, and what is expected of her. And then that gets unraveled later on, where you see the anger come out, where you see the misery come out with her family, and she's trying to keep composed, and she just can't. Her sister's gone, and you sort of get that vibe check as well, because again, if you really don't have anything to control your emotions, maybe there is a day where you might lose it. So I thought that was well done. I thought that was well enforced. I thought it was cool with seeing how she slowly turns to her fate, her destiny, and what she wants. It's all good stuff around. I have nothing to complain about with the characters whatsoever for what they portrayed. I thought it was all good writing for what it is. The only issue that I had is I wish there would have been more elaboration on Junko, but there is later on, because I was just wondering, like, you have to play multiple times to get it, but I was wondering at first, like, who the hell is this character with this bird mask, and why is her neck sort of like stitched up and she looks decapitated? And I'm just thinking to myself, this is just a harrowing visual, but what the fuck is going on? So at first I was just thinking that as soon as I saw her, and then as it opens up, you start to see that you get a little bit more context, and this is potentially what Hanako could become. At least that's what I interpreted everything as. Like, this is what she could become if this continues down this road where she is like just super subservient and even sort of trying to guide her sister into that direction and enforce those manipulations, like what was said in the chat by Mr. Inari himself, which I'm glad I beat up just a couple of minutes ago on the game itself. So yeah, that's what I think of the characters so far. It is Max's turn. What do you think of the characters of Silent Hill F?
Homeboy, Fox Mask Man, was it a gooner? Okay, I
He
know you're
just
joking.
he
Like,
just seemed, I was joking, but he just seemed very goonerish due to the Inari controlling him. I
he
did
was
say
cursed by God to fall in love with someone. Like,
it is funny though.
gooner territory.
It has a reason, and people kind of goon over him as well because as Tolkien
He's a
gets,
handsome young man, Mr. Darcy. He has real estate. Like, I'm just saying.
yeah.
All right, sorry. You two are toddlers, swear to God. I'm sorry. All right, all jokes aside, I don't really have a particular standout character because my favorite aspect of the writing is how they did such a good job with the shifts in everyone's personalities, how their initial reaction, what they truly think, what the gods manipulate you into thinking what they think when you go to the dark shrine into the school and see the notes and everything and see like their innermost thoughts start to come out. But then you have the shift back. You realize that like everyone at the end of the day always has intrusive thoughts of like actions that they would never the picture I always think of is like if you hold a baby, the temptation to throw it like a football. You are never going to do that, but thoughts like that do come into people's minds, and you see that in these characters, that they have these intrusive thoughts where they act on their impulses or their fears or their misunderstandings. But then you also see the turn of when they come to acceptance, when they're able to work through their grief and say, no, this is what Hinako wants. This is a little bit more at the next question of like most memorable scene or sequence. It's the parents breaking down. It's Hanako breaking down. It's the friends all saying, like, all coming to grips with their own emotions and being able to figure out like what they actually believe and that they ultimately want what is best for Hanako, and Hanako ultimately just wanting to not be told what to do. I think the best case this is Shu, because okay, a lot of the once again, I'm gonna rant about like a lot of like the videos that portray different characters, right? So Shu was your best friend, was a pharmacist, and yes, did have access to, I always forget the exact names for it, but like the different medicines, the White Claudia, those kinds of things with the connection to Silent Hill 1, those drugs, the idea that it gives you a connection to the gods. And he tried it on himself first, where he then met another version of himself, which then gave him ideas. And as you go through the different playthroughs, you realize it's a manipulation by, I always forget exactly what they're called, but I just call them the tool gods. It's the opposing force to the foxes, to the Inari kind of a thing. The ones that some say are like trying to maintain a status quo, but it's really just a control of the people. Shu, I think, is the best example of the writing, because I love Hanako's range, but he runs the full gambit of representing what was in the past, trying to help with genuine good intentions, but it being twisted against him, it being unintentional. I saw a lot of videos claiming that like he's trying to get her addicted to drugs as a way to control her. I don't think he was. I think he was like, okay, White Claudia is the hallucination drug. All right, thank you for that run. Like, he genuinely wants to do what is best for it and is trying his best. And in some ways, you could say that he's being manipulated into pushing it too far, but it's all a series of like good intentions as a whole. I think Shu is the best example of that. But I think just the shifts and turns between each character, how they each represent a different philosophy when it comes to the religions, the traditions. Sakaku, I'm also gonna say her name wrong. Like I'm sorry, I'm shit at languages. She's focusing on the spiritual end and like what's gonna keep the spirits happy, but also what's gonna keep the people happy. Rinko is focused on the social end. She understands the socialite role of like the women and how like important they are to society and everything. Shu represents trying not only trying to maintain like the childlike joy, but also trying to help you. Your parents want what's best with you, and of course Foxmass is a worthy suitor. It's all pulling Hanako in different angles, which I think is just done beautifully. But I would say Shu is the best showcase example of it, especially when you learn all of his backstories about how he also wants what's best for Hanaka, how he's genuinely trying to help, even if he does it in a somewhat, I guess, ill-founded way, because keep in mind, he's a kid too. Everyone's human. They're all just trying to do their best.
Burn, it is your turn. What do you think of the characters of Silent Hill F?
Okay, so I think going back to what I said about Hinako being a minor, basically a high schooler, the whole cast being high schoolers, well, mostly the main cast being Hinako, Shu, Sako, and Rinko. It definitely is interesting to see also the perspective of Hinako going through all of her trials, all of everything that she is enduring right now, also while having to deal with the teen angsty angry feelings that she also has, and considering that, as I said, she's an unreliable narrator from the first playthrough of the story, you see that, like, for example, Rinko is a bitch, but then once you replay the game and start seeing like more things, more places, more of the notes and everything, you start discovering that Rinko has some other issues, but not as hardly specifically towards Hinako. It is Hinako the one that is saying like, "Oh, I am the one who's suffering." So seeing that kind of, let's call it, dynamic with these four characters, well, mostly three because Sako dies mostly at the beginning, but seeing in general the dynamic of the four main high schoolers definitely helps cement a lot the story, and definitely something that I thought while playing the game is that I tried to make sense of the choices of all of the characters. And for example, once you get to the ending, the first ending, and you see that Shu ended up doing something that basically screwed over Hinako, I tried to think about that and I was like, yeah, no, he was really dumb in general about that. That was a dumb choice and everything. But then I tried to think about the whole setting. Like, he's a high schooler. He's also just like basically a kid. Like, he doesn't know much better than many people. Fuck the in general, many aspects make it seem like he's just dumb. But then you understand the fact that he's a child. He doesn't know what's going on. It's not his fault. He did what he thought was best to what he knew, definitely. And he did it for the best interest for Hinako. Obviously, the whole plot of the game is that Hinako is basically saying, like, oh, I mean, you don't have to do that. I can take the care of myself. But I do think that Shu's intentions are not, they're not ill intentions. Like, he's not doing any of the things in the game because of anything bad or because he wants to have any kind of possession over Hinako or anything. He just wants to protect her because he's her friend. But he ends up doing just things that are reckless without knowing. And again, knowing that these characters are minors, it's understandable to know that they are being reckless because they don't know better. Same thing as you can Same thing you could say about the family, for example, because they are also acting in such a way because they are going through so many hard things with the depression of the father, the way that he got screwed up with the money, all of the things that he has to do, and his anger problems. Like, literally all of the characters, you can see them in one dimension. But the moment that you start understanding the different layers that they have, you definitely see a more in depth character analysis of each of them. But they also help cement a lot more the story once you start seeing more of the little aspects about once you start discovering, as I said, how Hinako is an unreliable narrator, like you start seeing these characters in way more depth. So definitely, I think the one that stood the most to me at the beginning was specifically Foxmass, um, the Kotoyuki, because he definitely seemed to stand out the most among the general characters of the cast. But also, once you start understanding the whole story about the gods and everything being influenced from basically the heavens, Kotoyuki ends up becoming a more interesting figure that also seems to have way more depth than you think at the very beginning. So definitely understanding these characters is also part of why more than one gameplay is needed. Because if not, you are only gonna be living with the whole idea of Hinako is a martyr, Shu didn't is an idiot, Sakuko is a traitor, Rinko is an asshole, the mother is basically just like leaving Hinaka to anything. The father is aggressive. You live with only that image, but once you start seeing more of the story and more of the characters, you start seeing more depth to them. So definitely, I think everyone in the cast definitely stands out a lot. Visually, Fox Max definitely, Kotoyuki definitely stands out the most. But I think the one that I like the most to actually see the development was Rinko, specifically because understanding her in general made me just like completely shift my whole thing. Like I literally changed the way of thinking because I was like, oh wait, I got everything wrong about her. Like I was wrong. So that helps a lot to understand, to also cement the story further so that you can fully immerse yourself in it. That would be the word, immerse yourself in it.
All right, and we are moving on to the next question. Before I am promptly murdered, uh, what is the most memorable scene or sequence in the game for you? And we will start with Tolkien first.
So I feel like this game, pretty much the entire thing, could be seen as memorable. There's so many scenes and things that are just so striking, and you just remember. Um, you just get so invested in the story, and scenes are gripping, and you have these emotions as you're going through it multiple times. But I think, not trying to get into too many details since we're going to go over endings later, I feel like the endings themselves are some of the best. Like seeing things you didn't really expect that for the endings, and like it's just so shocking. Like specifically the, depending on if you get second or third ending, when she does marry Kotoyuki, and you just see them walking up these stairs, and then just randomly you start hearing this like screaming and crying, and you realize her face is on the ground, and you're like, oh my fucking god, what is happening? um just symbolizing that she went through with what her parents wanted and what she thought was expected of her, and she's pretty much like leaving her personality and her childhood behind, essentially the face on the ground. um or like the true ending, sticks up for what she wants and not how everyone else is trying to influence her. But I think something that really stuck is when you get to use one of the other boss fights. I remember seeing the Inari boss fight for the first time. The look on his face was absolutely terrifying. And funny enough, I think it was an ending I was playing, and it was like dark at night. I'm in my office. No, no lights on, playing this game, and it's like it is a horror game, but like just the look on his face, the fear and the goosebumps I had looking into those eyes and that face. And I was just like, "Oh my fucking god." It's like you actually feel like you are a hair in his gaze. Like he is cornering you with that stare. And it was just so striking and scary. And I remember it like so clearly. And I feel like every scene was just so impactful. You feel so many emotions in this game. It's so well done. And I think this is the themes and everything that's in this game is going to stick around for a long time. And I felt the same way about the Silent Hill 2 remake as well. The endings there are just so good, and especially like depending on things going on in your personal life, that hit me hard. That game did, but like this one was just, oh my god, it was so well done. I loved it.
Max, it is your turn. Do you have a favorite or memorable scene within the game?
In terms of, we're strictly talking about the story and the plot lines. I think my favorite specific scene, the one I looked forward to, okay, obviously I didn't know about the first playthrough, but every subsequent playthrough, there's a specific spot when you get to your home again where you're talking to yourself, where you're actually sitting there and confronting the ideas of, well, each preconceived notion, manipulated or not, that you're working through it. And then in a different part of the area, you work through it with your parents or you work through it with yourself further. I think those are some of my favorite most moments, but if we're allowed to dive into endings a little bit, Tolk referenced it. Tolk referenced it not only in the true ending, but also in I always get the names of the endings specifically confused. It would be the ending in support of the Tsukumagomi? The Tool Gods. Okay, the Tool Gods, right? Where you have to fight against Fox Mask versus when you fight against the true Inari. The way they designed the foxes, that I don't want to call it a bad taxidermy job, but it was almost like an exaggerated nightmarish version of what a fox could be. That each detail was correct, but the eyes were wrong, the teeth were wrong, the claws were too big, the fur too spiky. They were such absolutely horrifically designed encapsulations of essentially kitsune, of like these multi-tailed foxes. We think of other media and it's like, oh, the nine tails, the Pokemon, Naruto with the whatever nine-tailed beast is called, right? And it's like, okay, that's what it looks like, right? But then you see true folklore yokai horror encapsulated in front of you, seeing the true Inari looming over you with its piercing eyes, like you are a plaything, like you are the next meal, or, as was said, a hare. One of my favorite sequences as a whole, especially with the switching back and forth as both sides unite against both of the bosses, was an incredibly fun sequence, not only in terms of gameplay, but also in terms of the story. As one of my favorite moments was the true fox spirit possessing Fox Mask and essentially laughing at him that he had to do something so simple as seducing or romancing a girl for sake of the power of all the Inari, and Hinako spitting back at him, and him, like the true fox, not taking that shit well, of how dare someone lower, even if it's something I desire, wants to talk like that to me. I will crush you and then I will force you into my will. Encapsulates their mindset perfectly. Such a good sequence, and it was probably one of the hypest moments in the entire game.
Burn, it is your turn. Do you have a standout scene that you want to talk about that's your favorite?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it short. Definitely. I think the main ritual. Sorry. I think in general the ritual scenes in which Hinako is taking away parts of herself just so that she can become the image that Kotuyuki and by extension Inori wants of herself. Definitely, all of those scenes gave me goosebumps and chills. It definitely goes back to the body horror aspect that we were talking at the beginning of the questions, because just seeing the whole ritual, the whole thing that Hinako has to go through by drinking like the molten metal or whatever it was that she drank that burned her insides, the arm that she has to cut, the fact that they have to cut her face, all of that definitely adds a lot to the body horror aspect of the game. And definitely it those are the scenes that stuck to me the most. And again, I think they also stuck to me the most because they also cement a lot of the plot, because again, it's going to that whole thing about Hinako is losing literally herself. She has to self mutilate basically, so that she can please and have the image that Kotoyuki slash Nari wants for her. Not that she wants it. It's again, it's being forced into her. So that scene definitely sticks with you from the beginning, and seeing it again and again with each playthrough definitely also makes you think like, oh yeah, no, like Hinako is definitely she's going through it a lot.
All right, I'm gonna keep my favorite scenes brief. I'm just gonna start light and then go to the scenes I really liked. So the whole school scene with Rinko and everything, and she pushes you down the stairs. I did think that was something that solidified my hate of the character. So, but I just think it was well done, and just the idea of like how to utilize close-ups in certain cutscenes to convey things, because when I saw her eyes I knew something funny was going to happen or something weird was going to happen. I just had that deep feeling, and then to see that occur where she pushes her, I was like, oh, that's kind of some good cinematography, and I think it was well done in conveying the tension of that scene. And then you have the other deep scenes that everyone will gush about, like obviously talking about the scene with her mother, and where she admits that maybe she could have told Hanako all the stuff earlier ahead of time, but there was a reason for the method of the madness with the parents, the father, where she actually does stand up to him, or the dad is depressed because of how his partner robbed the shit out of him and took all his money. And then they embrace, they have that hug and understanding, which I think the character really needed. Then she disappears, and then later on, I think a little bit after, you get the father also apologizing, and the fox Hanako kind of just saying, I don't want to apologize. So why should I?" Seeing that dark side of her, the anger side, pour out, and the other side try to be rational and say, "You should probably forgive him. He means it. You don't need to hold this hate anymore. Just at least try." And you can see the other Hanako wrestle with that. I kind of just like the conveying of the scene, and you see the confusion on the face and the anger, and the camera just spiraling around the characters. I thought that was really well done. And obviously another scene that I like, I kind of enjoyed it. Well, I'm not gonna say kind of. I think it's one of my favorite endings so far that I unlocked with the true ending, where you have everything come to terms with the context involved, and you just get fulfilled at the end. And it seems like the two Hanakos, one of them is pretty surefire on going back to Kotoyuki, and the other one is like, I don't know yet. So you can see, even if there's some unison of them being together, there's still disagreements ping-ponging back and forth between those two as they sit in joy and bliss on the sort of Torii Gate at the end. And I just thought that was a nice, touching ending after the war of attrition with getting the ending in the first place. I thought that was really well done too. So those are my favorites, alongside the branding as well. But that's mostly for the what the fuck moment of what was going on, and how it just got progressively worse as she gets, you know, she gets her fucking, she takes the liquid, she gets her arm torn off, she gets branded. I'm just thinking to myself, what in the name of God is going on, and will it stop? But it just gets worse every singular second. So I like that as well, where they also have that mounting tension of she's really going through the distance of what this sort of fox god is bestowing her onto, with being cursed, and wanting to marry this image. And it's just pretty much freaky. I think when it got to the face getting cut off part, that's when I was like, okay, that's enough, stop. But nope, they sat there. She takes a knife, she peels it off, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's just disgusting. I love it. So that's my favorite scenes so far in the game, all summarized. Now we're moving on to the section of the gameplay pacing and the level structure. What did you guys think about the levels and the gameplay in this game in terms of pacing? And we will go with Burn first.
Okay, gameplay. So gameplay definitely seems to be one of the topics that people seem to be the most divisive. Well, I mean also plot, but gameplay seems to be also one of the divisive things about the game. And I don't know, I didn't feel that the gameplay was slow or anything. I think it helps a lot the way that it is paced throughout the whole town in general. I do remember having a little bit of issue at the beginning with some of the level design to find my way around some places specifically, but I do not think it has anything to do with like level design or anything. I think my brain was just like kind of non-working at that moment specifically, because I remember that after replaying the game a couple of times for the rest of the endings, I had way more easiness to explore and to just like move around the whole town. So I definitely think it was just me being in a very unknown space that I didn't know exactly where to go. I think that the level of structure in the game, the gameplay in general, is not bad. The enemy pacing, the enemy placement was really good in comparison for me. I don't think there was any moment during the whole game in which I felt like it was being dragged on so much or like there was a lot of enemies just like unfairly or anything. I think the game is very fairly balanced while still giving you a really fair challenge. But in general, I enjoyed it myself. I don't know. I never understood the more bigger complaints of people. I haven't experienced them, but I do know that I mean everyone experiences different. But I had a really good experience in general.
Okay, I'm gonna get mine out of the way, at least really quickly, and let people do theirs. It's You can tell when the delineations of this game occur. Uh, for the levels themselves and what I thought about them, I'm going to say that the town section felt to be the best, in my opinion, because of how wide that area is. You're going around exploring, not knowing what the fuck is going on. And I thought that was really, it just reminded me of the synergy of older Silent Hill games. You're in this town, there's a lot of fog everywhere, you don't know what's going on. And I thought the section a bit after it with the scarecrow sequence was also really good, because you have to do this puzzle and there's these scarecrows on the ground that's obviously going to come to life. You don't know what's going to happen when you get close to them, and you have to take out these sort of pin needles and move to the next area that another scarecrow points to. And believe me when I say I was so scared shitless on this part, because I had no idea what I was doing, and each time I got something wrong, I was like, "Oh my god, it's gonna come to life! It's gonna come to life. Here we go. We're fighting it." That was super well done. When it gets to the school, that's where I think the pacing starts to slow to a crawl a bit more, because it's just like a whole puzzle segments. You got to go into the classrooms and see certain things, and there was sequences that was taking me by surprise, especially on New Game Plus, where I saw the chalkboard. I don't know if I was paying attention before, but the chalkboard had the fates of all the characters warped around it, saying that, oh, Shu's gonna be hanged, or Rinko is gonna be burned to death, or something else is gonna happen. I was like, wait, I don't remember this being here. That's kind of cool with the rearranged classroom and everything, and the stuff that you get with extra context. So it just seems like there's this whole haunted, creepy vibe of things changing around, or the chairs moving around, or something you don't notice there. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't really impressed with late game, because I don't like the idea of going to, and this is the longest segment of the game in my personal opinion, when you go to Hanako's house and you're in those warp rooms. I understand what they were trying to do, but replaying that part is annoying in my personal opinion because it was like, oh, I gotta go through the warp room again, and then I have to get the picture, and then I have to get the gas tube, and I have to do it over and over, and then I have to get to the right room in order to get to the right place, and then I have to. It's just a lot of bits and bobs that I think is not as interesting as the early pacing of the game in terms of exploring. I just wish it was a bit more heft to that part or a lot more interesting stuff, and they'll shove things in a hallway that will spew out a bunch of spider lilies, and it'll grab your leg, and you sort of deal with the interior combat, which is hit or miss to me personally, and I'll explain why in the next question. And then the end kind of the end kind of goes on changing the game entirely. Like, it's a full on, at this rate, the horror is just a full on, it's just in the background. It's like a full on action game. You're doing enemy gauntlets, and you're beating stuff up, and it can feel euphoric once you get that fox arm. But by trial and tribulation, you have to deal with a lot of the shrines, which we're also going to talk about later, and I just felt that they weren't as strong as some of the other sections of the game. But that being said, I will say that it's paced well enough to be intriguing. On New Game Plus, they sort of aid you through the motions of saying, oh, well, there's this part where it's a giant enemy gauntlet at the end. We're gonna probably skip to that part, so you don't have to deal with all the fluff in between. I was like, okay, I respect that, as well as skipping some shrine sections that you already did, or changing things around. So it's not too monotonous in every section. It's just that Hanako residence where I feel it comes to a little bit of a crawl. Outside of that, I want to say I didn't mind most levels and how they were, but I feel like the benefits of this game is wide interior spaces and wide exterior spaces. When you get to being cramped and enclosed in, then that's where you start to see some of the flaws of when they try to stuff it's the little pregnant things into one room and lost in the fog. I'm just like, oh my god, why are you doing this to me? And will you forsaken me because I don't like this design of being cramped and fighting three enemies at the same time, and the camera just kind of knocking my dick in. So that's what I feel about the gameplay pacing. For the most part, relatively decent. It's parts where some parts are great, some parts are not so great. Then it picks up where you get to super punch things in the face, and it gives you that cathartic feel at the end. So a lot of people are probably gonna like that. I just wish that it sort of stayed horror for at least a good majority of the time. But the gameplay there that's present when they give you the fox arm is not bad. So I did appreciate that part when they give you something to fight back with. Next, we are going to move on to Tolkien. Did you go on this one?
No.
Go on this question, please.
Okay. How did I feel about the level structure? I thought it was good. I really had no issues. I looked at it kind of like with the newly released RE9, where you get to switch between Leon and Grace throughout the whole game, and it's a really good balance. I feel like it was done here as well, swapping between playing in the outside world, like the town surrounding areas, and then swapping over to the Dark Shrine areas, where all your abilities and combat weapons change with the environment, which gives it a sense of being different instead of just being a copy pasta of the outside and having the same weapons and encounters. And I never really felt like I was in an area too long, or that an area was too short, as you swap between both throughout the game. I think the puzzle areas were plentiful. And I'm a puzzle lover, and I think they were spread out decently between the combat encounters. You weren't really stuck doing puzzles for freaking ever outside of maybe if the school, but most of them were super simple and you're on your toes most of the time, and especially in the later playthroughs where you now have scarecrows that weren't there before and are now stalking you. And as far as talking about puzzles, I think I loved all the puzzles. I did not think they were that crazy. The only one I wasn't really a huge fan of was the scarecrow in the field, just because some of the clues were very interesting to try to figure out what they were going for on the harder difficulty for puzzles. But other than that, I really enjoyed them. But yeah, I felt like you weren't stuck in either puzzle land or combat sim too long for either side. It was a good mix, it was a good balance. I also think there was a good balance of spacing between the major bosses of the game as well. It didn't feel like some games where you get close to the end and it feels like it's almost like boss simulator, and you have to go from boss to boss to boss, which gets really annoying really fast. But yeah, I think all the sections were really great, going from your home to the streets to the fields, the surrounding houses, the neighbors' houses, the school. Then you go up into the mountains, the shrines. Each area got a decent section of the game, and no area to me felt like it was underutilized or over abused. Especially with how most areas always seem to round back to the main hub of the center village, which I very much appreciated. So then if you miss things, you could go back and get them later. Yeah, I think it was very well designed.
Lost in the Fog puzzles are vague posting. That's all I want to say. I just want to get that out there. I forgot to say that on my turn. But Burn, it is your turn. What do you think about sort of the gameplay and the pacing and everything? You went on this one, right?
Yeah, I did talk about this one.
Okay, so everyone went. Oh, except Max.
It's my turn to talk about vague posting.
So it is your turn.
No, I agree with you guys that, like, okay, in terms of puzzles taking the piss, every puzzle game has one. Scarecrow on the hardest difficulty is definitely one of them for sure. Like, I like the idea of it. I love the creeping up scarecrows, but some of those, it was kind of vague and it was hit or miss. Same with the puzzle box in the school. Every now and then it's kind of like, is this a flower? Are we counting this as a flower or a fruit? I'm not sure, but that could have been just me. I also was really tired and forgot that SOS was a thing for 505. But as a whole, I would say the level structure in this game did a pretty good job. There was a good mix of puzzles that involved, you could say Nancy Drew's style, like point to point, trying to figure out where to bring things, figuring out keys, use your own intuition. There was time segments against enemies. There was places to showcase your abilities. We'll talk more about combat later. There was a really good mix as a whole. I would say the ultimate cardinal sin of horror games is backtracking, and this game did a very good job of subtly moving you towards the right direction. There are opportunities to go back and explore little side areas to get like a few extra treats if you're willing to fight monsters, but they did a pretty good job of making sure you knew where to go, when you needed to go there, and just to move things right along. I think my favorite example of it was the school. The option, well, you could call it semi-optional combat section outside with the large, I don't know its official name, but essentially the pyramid head style enemy, the subtle jump scares with you going into the rabbit house, and also discovering the classroom and the different ways that it changes between playthroughs, to the scarecrow showing up inside the school when you weren't looking. Probably one of my favorite design places, even if it didn't actually have to do that much with the overarching plot, but instead giving context for the school and everything around it. This game, I think, did a very good job of spacing those kinds of things out.
All right, and we are moving to the next question. Burn, I know you have to go, but we will start with you first. What did you think about the Dark Shrine segments, and how did you feel about it being this version of this game's Otherworld?
Thank you. Of course. Dark Shrine definitely was a surprise for me the moment that I first got it in the game, because I was really taken back, just like, wait, where am I? And then it took me a while, like maybe like 5 or 10 minutes of exploring the Dark Shrine until like it clicked on me, like, oh, this is the other world. And going back to like my first thoughts about the game in general, the whole way that the Dark Shrine in general works in the game and the way it's implemented in the story, along with the meanings of like the folklore and everything that, well, everything that it means and represents within the story, again, it just mixes so well with everything else going on around the game, with like the themes, the plot, the setting. Just like having the other world in this game be actually just like a dark world of like Japanese style shrines definitely does add a lot to the vibe of the game and helps cement a lot more the whole idea that in the end, even though this game is called Silent Hill, it's not happening in Silent Hill. You are in Japan. You are in Japan. Sorry, my pronunciation. You are in Japan. You are fighting monsters and demons and gods that you were never supposed to see in like the regular American Silent Hill. So definitely seeing all of that and being it shown like an actual dark realm like this, or an actual dark shrine that surely can have probably an ancient god or something like hidden or locked within. It's something that does work a lot and very well with Silent Hill F. And I definitely like the segments a lot. They feel, I'm gonna say that I felt that they were not as confusing as I thought at the beginning, because they are mostly linear at the very beginning. Like maybe once you get to them, you kind of feel also like, oh, where am I? How am I gonna travel through this? But the moment that you understand the way that the place is designed, it's like, oh, okay, so it's going from A to B basically. And even then, just like the whole design, the aesthetic of the place helps a lot to make you feel again just like a child being helpless in this world. Like you are in a dark place with monsters and demons now chasing you. You are not even in your world. You're in another realm. So it's another one of those things that helps a lot the game to feel to make to transfer the feeling of horror, of terror, of dreadfulness, all of that. It definitely helps a lot to transfer that feeling to you, the player. Like all of these things, the way that they all fall together into like the big puzzle in general feels really nice, and definitely sets a game that it's very interesting to play. Like that, I want to close in general just like with that. I think that everything with the plot, with the aesthetic, with the characters, the writing, even the way that the gameplay is driven by replaying the game several times, all of that ends up helping Silent Hill F to definitely deliver itself as an independent experience that you don't need to play any other Silent Hill games to understand this one. As a fan of the series, you will enjoy it. But even if you only want to like experience a horror game that will make you feel unnerved and that will make you think, because the game will make you think, you will see things and you will hear things and you will see conversations of characters that will definitely make you think like, okay, this is deeper. And that is amazing for horror. So definitely Silent Hill F is a game that cements itself very perfectly, and with things like the Dark Shrine as a little change for the aesthetic of the game to make it that game's version of the other world, is one of those things that does help a lot to further cement that whole thing.
And Burn, do you want to give any social media plugs before you sign off?
Not right now, really. I mean, the usual places where people can find me are on Twitter mostly. I don't use YouTube that much or Twitch that much, really, but people can still find me in those places. But in general, people can find me on Twitter at BurnAN, just like saying here. And I want to thank you guys so much. I had so much fun and enjoy the rest of the questions. Really sorry so much for having to dip early, but I had so much fun talking about this game. It's really amazing.
Oh, no problem, man. It was great, and hopefully we have you back next time when we talk about Townfall.
Sure thing. I'll try to be on that one. And anyway, see you all later. And thank you, everyone. Have a great night to everyone seeing.
Have a great night. See you later. So So we're going to do the rest of these questions with Dark Shrine. I guess I'll go next since I'm yappinator talking about this. So this is where I kind of get dicey on this because let's talk about aesthetics first. Let's talk about like some positivity. I think having a place that looks sort of eerie and clean and it has all this red mist around it is compelling for what you usually would get out of a Silent Hill Otherworld, which is once again rust or a lot of flesh, which we've seen in the hospital for Silent Hill 2 remake, which looks absolutely disgusting. This is like a well kept area, and I did not expect that, but it has a looming presence of, you know, something's going to be around the corner, you know something is up with the blue flames and everything. What the hell are they doing with this area? Now, for the things that I don't like about it, it is a linear area where you are in very enclosed spaces, and I believe the combat does not work under conditions of being way too enclosed and you are fighting enemies and you don't really have good radial attacks or your weapon will clang on the wall. And this is where my frustration first began with these segments. There's parts of them that are fine, especially the ones where you have to go and get the key items to open the main gate with the giant orb that Hanako gets. I thought that part was fine. But when you're enclosed on the second part, it started to get very, very annoying to me, and I don't like the fact that people just sort of claim, oh, just switch to your knife and it'll be fine. I switched to my knife before, and I ended up clanging my knife on the wall because the game likes to do this, and it feels like there's no real sense of spacing and control in some of these areas with how they sort of try to do a risk and reward of you fighting the enemy, and this interruption happens in the combat. So I'm going to say that the Dark Shrine for my first playthrough is my least favorite segment of the game. I always made jokes about it. I was always consistent in saying, you know, if they just deleted this from the first part of the game, then I would be totally fine with it. I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't care about it at all. Or if they just shortened it, or if they just had those big areas where, you know, you see a couple enemies spawn, you go in, you fight them, there's more space. Those are cool. That's fine. I will give credit where credit is due. But the more the area encloses, the more I started to get frustrated, and I feel the same way as Bok Basoup when he talked about this. I felt like my first playthrough getting in this segment, I felt like this game was cooked originally. I felt like I was just not going to like it all the way through. Now, I will give some credit to when they give you the fox arm. This is when the meat of the game picks up. But again, I'm also going to say first impressions are everlasting. So you have to really go to other playthroughs and get to the end of the game to get this. The fox arm does not have all this crap where you clang against walls, which I do think is kind of inconsistent design per my notes here, because it's like, why the hell is it that you don't have this shortcoming with this arm, but you have it when you have bladed weapons? I don't get it. I don't understand. I thought it was kind of dumb when I got to this part, okay? But you... we are going to talk about the combat later, but you just get so many cooler options when you get this thing to where it makes this section a lot more fun to play. And I do feel the same way as other people. When I got this thing the first time, I was like, why do I have this furry arm? This is kind of stupid, but this is kind of fun at the same time. That's exactly what I thought when I was playing with the fox arm. So yeah, not really a big fan of how they coordinated the Dark Shrine gameplay wise, but I can appreciate the aesthetic and I can appreciate the Fox Arm edition that made New Game Plus a bit more tolerable. But there are some things that I really didn't like in my first playthrough, and that's my opinion. So, Tolkien, I want you to go next. What did you think about the Dark Shrine?
Well, I think we know how I felt about the Dark Shrine. I liked the Dark Shrine. It was unique. It was different compared to the other world that I had seen in playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. It definitely matched the era and the location of Japan, which made it even better. It was very much appreciated what the devs did with it. It was creepy, it was atmospheric, religious in nature. The maze-like rooms and corridors lent themselves well to making you feel closed in, claustrophobic, as you try to run from enemies in situations where flight was definitely better than fight. Um, and subsequent playthroughs, the shrine sections were super fast to get through. You knew the pathing. You could pretty much avoid majority of the combat if you wanted to. And for people that did want to use a combat or even a first playthrough, I mean, if you use your tools wisely and not try to slap around a 10-foot pole in a 5-foot space, it was fine. I mean, I would swap to the knife, or you have the light attack on the pole that does a stab motion, and you don't even have to worry about these magical moving walls that seem to get in the way. I had almost zero issues with the combat in the Dark Shrine. And then getting the arm, as that's already been stated, makes the game even faster and easier to go through. That whole entire section in your first playthrough, when you go through the whole ceremony to get all of the pieces to make your fox form, is pretty much, you can skip that whole entire area in subsequent playthroughs, and you even get the form earlier on in subsequent playthroughs to make the other shrine areas faster as well. So I really had no issue with it. I really liked it. I liked it being different. Yeah.
Tolkien is on that Dark Shrine meat like a donut, but it's okay. So we will move on to Max.
Well, I want to be on the Dark Shrine meat. Like, dude, they sell green tea ice cream with gold flakes there. It's awesome.
The first thing I saw in chat was she said "blow me." But Max, it is your turn. What do you think of the
I
Dark
joked
Shrine?
that we could open up the booze for just discussion for it. Solely okay. We're focused on aesthetics and puzzles. We'll talk more about combat later. I thought the Dark Shrine was fascinating for kind of what we talked about with other Silent Hills. The other world in other Silent Hill games was rusty, monstrous, eldritch. It was as if reality itself was ripping apart from something and showing its true mechanical core, and that it was falling apart. It was a very particular kind of aesthetic, especially with the music that there's all sorts of memes online of like, oh man, I'm ready to turn on my favorite Silent Hill jams, and it's someone throwing a guitar inside of like a washing machine or something. It's a very particular kind of air, but the Dark Shrine, as much as it's different, it creates, once again, the idea of tradition, something beyond anything you yourself understand. This is something that doesn't feel like it just exists because it's being torn away. This feels like something that was constructed over millennia, that was honored by all sorts of different people, spirits, the works. It's in pristine condition. Any place that is broken down isn't broken down because of the shrine. It's broken down because of your influence in it. It's your memories that are broken. And as a result, I think the shrine puzzle was really fun. I don't know exactly what we want to call them. The statues where you have to essentially choose which doors open and close. Those are cute. Those were fun. The idea of seeing your past and, in line with those Silent Hills where like the world starts to warp based on your memories was really cool and a great way to see, I would say, the perspectives of other characters, but many times it was the perspective that other gods wanted you to have on those other characters. Whether true or not, kind of up to interpretation. The Dark Shrines as a whole were awesome aesthetically, especially the boss fights. Absolutely loved them. And just to talk about like the idea of hitboxes, spear tactics in real medieval castles. Murder hallways were constructed, and the idea was to either there's a technical name, I forget exactly what it's called. Some people call it like half-masting, half-handing, that kind of a thing, where you pull in a spear closer so that you could stab in more confined quarters. You could do this with the Naginata. You could do stab attacks, because you're correct. If you're doing wide swings, of course you're going to hit the walls. But if you do stab tactics, you are much less likely to do so, especially when you go up against the other world's versions of the mannequins, where I know they're not technically called mannequins, but in the real world they're like the fleshy hooved like women with the kitchen knives. While in this realm, they're not rapiers, but they move like they are rapiers with like the bladed legs and everything. Every time one of those jumped on me, I thought it was the funniest shit in the world. And especially on those kinds of enemies, using stabbing spear tactics worked like a charm. The Naginata is such a kick-ass weapon, but we'll talk more about that in a bit.
I'm so laughing at the chat right now. It's like, no realism. I get a fox arm.
I haven't even looked at the chat, but like that's how you use spears in real life. That's how I use them that way.
Hiss. I'll move on to the gameplay segment, which is something we've been sort of dying to talk about. So, the game removes guns and leans more into melee combat, counters the store, and the Onomori charm system. How did that shift feel? Do you think the weapon variety was good? And how do you feel about the unlockables like the Sacred Sword and the PP8001, which is the lightsaber you get for the UFO ending? Do you think they supported this approach? I'm gonna go first with this one because that's always fun. So, here we go. Now, there have been many people that have complained about the fact that this is a Silent Hill game that doesn't use guns, and I'm gonna be the outlier this time. I'm actually going to say I didn't have as much of a problem with it as you would believe, but there can be some caveats made to certain things. Like, there are horror games, we've seen it with Requiem, where you could pick up a bottle or throw it and smash it in someone's face, or you could pick up a brick and smash it, and you have at least something of distance to use while fighting the enemies and making it realistic to the situation if 1960s Japan did not allow guns in the country, and they still don't. And I think a brick or a bottle or throwing something to stun an enemy would have been fine if you wanted to close the distance with something ranged, maybe a throwing knife. I think that could have happened, right? As opposed to just saying we're not going to have any ranged weapons entirely at all in the game. That being said, I think the weapon variety is okay. You get a mixture of heavy weapons, which is equivalent to sledgehammers, axes, and then you get medium range, which is your pipes, crowbars, baseball bats, and then you get a small range of weapons, a light range, if you will, with sickles and kitchen knives. And they serve the purpose of the game well, in my personal opinion. You get your attacks where you can use focus, which is your sanity, and you could do an attack that will stun them, or you could do a counter and that will knock the enemy off balance. There is a lot to this game in terms of combat complexity. I'm going to talk about it more in question 12. Do I think all of it works? Some of it does, some of it doesn't. But for the most part, for the weapons themselves and the fox arm that you get, which obliterates everything, and you can turn it into a giant God of War L3 R3 move and beat the shit out of everyone with a meter. It is kind of fun when you do this. There is weapon breaking, of course, which, in my opinion, kind of varied. There was parts where, I'm not sure how I feel about this, because, again, I think it reminds me of the PTSD I had with Silent Hill 4: The Room, where I didn't think it made sense for a fucking a fucking pipe to break, but it's like, beggars can't be choosers. You have to have your gameplay gamey segments in there. And for the most part, I do believe that I had like enough toolkits to say, oh, I can just go ahead and fix this, no problem. And the Sacred Sword made it easier because if you have it unpurified, it doesn't break at all. You just have to sheath it for a certain amount of time and use another weapon, and then you can pull it out, and you don't have to worry about durability. Over time, I would say that gets a bit easier compared to your first playthrough, but it's your first playthrough. It's going to be tough. You don't know what you're doing, and there are some combinations to be had. But overall, I would say, yeah, with the exception of maybe you could pick up a brick and throw it, and they could have put that in the game, and it could have made some dynamics feel better. I didn't have a problem with there not being a gun. I did have issues with the fact that you can't sell red capsules. Therefore, why am I constantly picking something up over and over again and I can't get money for it? And then the store gets more increasingly expensive as time goes on. It just defeats the purpose of a shop, in my opinion, as well as the health kit boxes that you get, because otherwise it's for, oh, why can't I sell it? I just have to discard. They have a very, very interesting pack and go system. And in terms of inventory, like I said, I'm not really the biggest fan of a fixed inventory in Silent Hill. I just think that, and I'm always fair and consistent about this, I feel like they tried this in 4, and I wasn't really liking it with the fact that you have to go back and put your stuff in a box and backtrack. But at least I could say, I'll give the game the benefit of the doubt, you could at least go back and get your stuff in an item box, versus this one where if you don't just use it immediately, you have to discard it. Therefore, Silent Hill 4 The Room kind of gives you a little bit more options with a limited inventory space, but what do I know? It's kind of weird, and they probably could have had something equivalent to that fact of storing something if you need it, or just selling it to get something out of it for the stuff that you can't sell. Overall though, the store is pretty much straightforward in my opinion. You pray, you can clear your mind, you get more sanity, you have to spend points to get it, but you can do it and sort of get Hanako back up again. The real meat of the game is the Onamori system, which you can mix and match. You can do perfect dodges, automatic dodges. You can have builds where you do tons of more damage, or you get healed, or you could be a glass cannon where there's a build where if you dodge and you don't get hit, the caveat is that you get a lot more damage if you auto counter and you smack the enemies around, but again, it kills you in one shot, so you can't get touched. And it's like very interesting dynamics that they do with some of the items in this game that can be boosted, or some of the things that can be reduced or taken away, or can be like extremely powerful when you have all 5 of those slots, which is why I made sure to upgrade that before anything else, because I'm like, I want to be broken, I want to have auto counters, I want to be able to not be touched, I want to have all the Onamori, so I can be on this level of just simply destroying the game. And that part is really good. I will give credit where it's due. That is the meat and potatoes of the combat, just getting those builds right and then just annihilating everything with baby Hanako. But overall, that's what I think about, the Onamori, the store, the inventory. Is some things that work pretty well. Some other things they could have considered, but overall, I did have fun with mixing charms and having fun with certain things I could do in those regards, and encounters and all that other stuff. It's just some store choices are a little bit weird, in my opinion. Tolkien, it is your turn. What do you think about the Onamori, the store, and everything involved with that relating to the game's combat?
I, for one, love that the game took away guns and focused on melee. I wish more horror games would do that. I think it makes horror games much more scary when you can't just rely on a gun to get you out of everything. I like that this makes the combat more thought focused, less reliant on ammo, distancing yourself from combat. Um, I think those that play more melee focused action games would feel more at home with this kind of combat, versus the people that were complaining about not having the gun are more of the R Resident Evil style combat people. And those people were definitely thrown into the deep end with this game, and it was pretty much sink or swim for them. I think counters were interesting in the game, but to be honest, I don't think I ever used it. Which I'm glad they were optional, since I never really did. There's a different variety of weapons that was great, that allowed people to decide very different play styles. You had light weapons, medium weapons, heavy weapons. They all had different negatives and positives to them depending on what you were after. Light weapons usually ended up doing more damage and allow faster combat, but they also broke faster. Pipes and baseball bats were like the middle ground. Then you had the axes and the sledgehammers that were good at doing the counters, and it was built into the weapon itself, and they do loads of break damage, but took way longer to swing. I absolutely adored the Omamori charms, and getting to mix and match them depending on what combat style I was focusing on, or which encounters I needed more health in, or more stamina, or more damage. Depending on, I had different ones I had set up for if I was doing the speed runs of the game versus my first playthrough, or certain bosses trying to do certain achievements for. Eventually, I ended up finding a setup, my second playthrough, I think, that ended up using the rest of all my runs, that I thought was just absolutely busted. I ended up collecting only kitchen knives and the garden shears size, alongside I did the wolf charm, which gave me more damage with the high durability weapons. The spider charm decreases durability eaten up with light attacks. The weasel increased damage with normal attacks. Otter restored weapon durability of the spare weapons that are not getting used every time you killed an enemy. And then I also had the Suzerain charm, which made perfect dodges easier to perform. So pretty much all of them together allowed me to spam light attacks with light weapons. Like a madwoman, I was outputting massive damage. I was killing like the freaking pregnant mobs in a few hits. And then while also with the perfect dodges, I'm perma regaining my stamina to then keep attacking over and over and not having to stop, and always dodging out of the way. Never ran out of durability. And then later on, you get after the UFO ending, you get the alien weapon, which was considered a light weapon. So just added that into it too, and that had unlimited durability. The katana, having two different ways to kind of play with it, was also really interesting. Allowed you to either do more damage, but it had some wild ass swings, like it was a possessed sword, which I really liked the look of when it did that. Or I think the other way was it does less damage, but you also have infinite durability as long as you sheatheth. Overall, I think the choices given to the players while having it focused on melee was very generous. And I never really found it boring. They could have been super simple, and if they were going to focus on a melee combat, they could have given you 2 or 3 weapons, and that was it. And you just said, well, nope, this is all you're getting. And as far as like the store and the inventory system, I had no issue with it. I personally very appreciate games that make you actually use your brain. I don't like ones that just give you infinite magical Minecraft pocket, Harry Potter style, where I can just carry fucking everything with no punishment. I like being forced to decide, what are you picking up? What are you leaving behind? What are you selling? Because it makes you as the player make choices, sometimes hard choices. Like, do you want to take the time to make multiple runs and backtrack to sell items or to pick up more, or are you wanting to just get through the game and you don't want to backtrack? Like, all of it is choices, and I like that. Um, Upgrades were great. I think I pretty much did the same, where I focused more on upgrading the Omamori slots and then stamina before health and sanity. Because I also, on top of counters, barely used the sanity meter. I went into this game like an absolute mad crazy person, and I was just attacking things with my little knives, and didn't really use anything else, and I never really felt like I had to. But yeah, the Omamori slots were fantastic. I loved them. I loved finding the new ones in the New Game Plus. It was just so good. I loved everything about the combat.
Hey, Token, you know that item boxes are a choice, right?
Not in this game. So not in this game. Not in this game.
How's truthful to me? I don't know. That's
nope.
I honestly think this game benefits from not having an item box.
Yep, I agree.
I don't see. I don't like
No,
the
you
concept of just
You are a Resident Evil whore. That's the problem.
to get rid of items that you may need later. You just have to sort of discard it. I don't like that.
Don't pick it up.
It's like,
You don't have to pick it up.
hey, this is an explore survival horror game, so they want me to pick up the things to survive, right?
Choices.
I would say that okay, to give some weight towards Ren, I wish you could
No.
drop things. Hey, now hang
Don't
on.
pick
I
them
wish you
up.
could drop things, but that being said, I think it's actually a good thing that you could sell stuff, because then you don't need item box. Like, okay, yes, you might need those items in the future, but if you sell them, you're permanently upgrading yourself.
See,
And that's better.
See, if I do agree with the dropping things, and that also means if I agree with that, I have to give Resident Evil 0 an apology tour, because you can go back
Oh,
and
fuck that.
get the things on the
No.
ground that you dropped.
No, because Resident Zero did it horribly. I only want to drop things in the sense of, like, I think there's a combat encounter coming up. I'm going to drop this crowbar and pick up this new one, but I know this one's here in case I need it. Which honestly never came up. This game's economy is so done in your favor, you will never run out of weapons unless you're trying to. So, like,
Well, Max,
it
is your turn. So, how do you feel about this question of the Onamori, the store, the inventory, and how it's handled? And people also saying there doesn't need to be guns in this game, or there needs to be guns. How do you feel about that conversation?
I am a red-blooded American. I love my guns, but it is not in the setting. It is not in the situation. It is not for the balance. I think there not being guns is a great thing. However, okay, I'm reminded, and you guys, I'm sure remember this, when Silent Hill 2 Remake came out, and it was, well, James can't dodge. He has depression. Well, James is moving too quickly. Like, this doesn't feel realistic. And all the same stuff happened again with Hanako. It's like, oh, well, she's just a little girl. She shouldn't be able to move and float around like this. Why is she able to beat things to death with a pipe? And yes, obviously, similar. Okay, we're bringing up RE0, right? Let's bring up RE8, 4, 5, 9, all those places that have, like, stores and things where it's like, okay, this is obviously, like, a gamified mechanic, right? I think it's done really well. I actually really like that you can't sell pills and health kits to essentially God, because you're getting favors, because in world you are giving offerings to the foxes, who are then giving you things back, forcing you to, we're going to use the magical word that no one knows what it means, ludonarrative, of you leaning into the fox's will in order to power yourself up and relying on them more and more. The reason you can't sell those things is because you're offering them to God. But I think, considering how well they shuffle you from area to area, I can complain about, like, wishing I could drop things, but you don't go back. So really it makes sense to just sell that shit and move on, kind of a thing. The Omamori charm system, though, when I first saw it, I was so confused. Like so many other people, it's like Silent Hill doesn't have a perk system, a charms, like an RPG system. Like, what the heck is this? And then I had a flashback to all the Silent Hills I played, all those times where I stood in one place, swung my baseball bat and or swung my pipe and prayed, where I did a shooter's stance, open fired, and prayed that I would survive long enough in order to kill the enemy. And I remembered, I actually really don't like that shit. Like the actual style, that actual style of combat can be fun. It can be well done. Tormented Souls is a perfect example, but you're not there for that combat specifically. And like the direction that they're taking to make it a lot more strategic, a lot more offering, a lot, or not offering, sorry, reading the chat, a lot more reactive in nature, I think lends itself very well to the game. And it makes you think more about the situations, and essentially gives you more strategy and agency. I'm blank on the words, I apologize. The Omomoris gave you so much more freedom and strategy to play that you would never see coming in a Silent Hill game. And just to shout out some other ones, Tolkien and I kind of went for the same build once we realized what it was, where there are builds to make it so that your light attacks can no longer stun, but they do a shit ton more damage. You do more damage if you have high durability. You regenerate high durability. Your dodges are slower, but way stronger. If you do a dodge successfully, you have infinite stamina. Every time you do a counter, you can heal. The entire focus system I thought was really clever because, okay, I'm trying not to bridge to the next question because that's when the soulsy part of my brain will go off. It essentially allowed a second resource and health to make a situation easier, but if you ran out of the resource, you would then take damage. And there were enemies that would target that resource specifically. So do you not use it, have a harder time doing counters, but essentially have a buffer, or do you risk it for more damage, but then ultimately leave yourself open? I risked it, and I absolutely loved using focus. I thought it was a wonderful time. The melee combat, including close-in areas, there were plenty of weapon types. The to Undertale, the kitchen knife, but I loved the heavier weapons, the ones that you could block, the ones that had kind of built-in parries, if you will. They were absolute blast. You were always well stocked. The variety of items that focus on either stamina, health, or stamina, health, or sanity, very well done, especially, once again, Ludo narrative. When you realize how much of a crutch the pills are because they are objectively the best healing item, and then you are no longer allowed to use them for the other endings, is so good because it makes everything so much harder, which reflects what Hanako is going through. If we're talking specifically about the Sacred Sword and the PP800, the PP8001, I don't remember if it is the possessed version or the purified version, but that like regenerates naturally. I always forget the two because the moment I had Otter to regenerate durability, like I just kept that forever. I loved that they made it so that those had their own weapon slots, their own move sets. The laser sword benefits from multiple playthroughs. Every playthrough you pull it through, it gets longer, which feels like such a it feels silly and almost childish, but your lightsaber gets bigger and it's hilarious for it. And since they never break, you can just sit there and repair them, so you always have a nice backup. Just in general, there was a great variety of weapons, move sets, and always enough tools to repair them, heal through, and encourage all sorts of different strategies. We'll talk more about the exact style and mechanics of gameplay, though, as opposed to the economy.
Also, for the record, I believe it is the unpurified sword that regenerates with the sheath, and the purified one basically takes that away, but you could do focus attacks, and it sort of gives you the same properties, or the same animations, as you will, as the bats, and you have to also use the toolkit to repair it. But hey, fourth slot sword, so you can take it either way.
You get like a super parry out of the deal, which is sick. Like, there's some good yin and yangs to it.
Yeah, and Unpurified, I believe, also blocks all the time, but it doesn't have a focus attack. So there's there's positives and negatives to purifying and unpurifying the sword, which I also really liked with this game. And Unpurified having its own animations, which is cool, because Hanako just does, like, she turns people into sushi, and I love it so much.
The way the Shadow Sword pulls you around as if you're not the one driving it, such a cool narrative detail. Like, it's a lot of fun.
But we are moving on to the next question, which is talking about the combat. So, the combat has been seen as divisive to many people, whether it's gamers or people in the Silent Hill community, or there's people that don't have a problem with it, people have a problem with it. What do you guys think about the combat? And Tolkien, you will go first.
Lovely. I kind of mentioned this earlier. Like, I feel that certain people were going to like it based off of previous misconceptions of games, like those that have played the other Silent Hills or like Resident Evil more, or even Evil Within, you know, all these big franchises where the gunplay is very much key to the game with very little reason to stealth or use melee, and then you get thrown into this game that is all entirely melee focused and people absolutely lost their minds and act like they've never played a stealth game in their life. And of course, like every game that seems to come out anymore that drives me crazy, the usual comparison to Souls, because it has a stamina bar, or it's not even a parry, it's a counter, it's different. Like, it drives me crazy. Like, it can have an element from another genre, but that does not make it that specific genre of combat. Very small similarities could be made to a quote Souls game, but a lot of action games also have the same thing. But those little aspects and nods to what you want to call as a Souls light combat is probably why you have people like Max and I who absolutely love the combat and have no issue, and every time we hear somebody complaining about the combat, we're like, what the fuck, these people, like, we're got some skill issue going on here. Like, the balance between the dodging and the timing and getting hits in and then backing off and dodging, getting hit yourself is just, it's a satisfying dance in the combat itself. It's not some boring ass, oh, I'm just gonna stand 20 feet away and shoot them dead with a gun like other horror games do. Or just mindlessly spamming the melee or jank ass combat. It's just, it was different for a Silent Hill game, and not brain dead simple. I appreciate that the devs threw a whole bunch of different ideas into this game at the wall to see what stuck, and a lot of people had an issue with that. But I also appreciate that they want to try things. And they even came out and said it, you know, we want to try all these things, you know, the charms and the upgrade system and the stamina, the focus as well, and the counters. And they're like, okay, we want to see what works, what people like, what we like, as future insight into other games that they will eventually do. They even said future games are all going to be different. They're going to want to do different things. And I like that. So while a lot of people had issue or dislike or dispreference for the combat, I actually enjoyed it. It combined the right amount of old horror melee jank that you get from the older games, with modern thinking in builds and different ways of tackling combat without being stuck to the same old method as everybody else. Like, the way you play this game is all on your own, and it won't necessarily be 100% the same as how anybody else plays this. Like we were saying earlier with the builds, you have people that are doing glass cannon. You have people that are focusing more on doing perma counters or doing sanity hits, or like me and Max were very similar when we were doing pretty much unlimited durability light weapon, like psycho killer frenzy combat. And I very much appreciate it. I like that they tried something different. I think a lot of it worked, and I'm very curious to see what these specific devs do in their next game with what they learned from this one.
Okay, so it's my turn. I have quite a bit to say, so I'm just gonna go down the list really quickly on the combat. I'm just gonna let it be known in general, I think this game fires on a lot of cylinders. I really do like large aspects of it. there is times where the combat will make me raise an eyebrow to it, or I think some parts were kind of weird, or maybe some parts weren't as well done as it could be. Now, let me explain in detail. I'll go with the Souls-like thing first. Do I think this is a Souls-like? Well, it certainly has elements of stamina management and dodging, and hey, you gotta maintenance your weapons and stuff like that, but I don't necessarily believe Okamoto when he says this is based on prior Silent Hill titles. Maybe some of the melee with the pipes and everything, but Silent Hill has never been known to have these super complex combat systems quite like this game. This is the first game where it feels like it's super complex, and the only one I can think of that stands right next to that is Silent Hill Homecoming. I know people like that game. I know you might say, "Oh, you're the devil for mentioning it." But Silent Hill Homecoming is the only one I can mention where they have command rolls and they have a knife and you can fucking go up and spam a combo towards someone with a melee option, and these big larger than life bosses or mini bosses. That's the only game I can remember that really tried to lean into that more actiony feel. Obviously all of it doesn't work, but I'm just sort of labeling something similar that happened in the past with Okamoto's statement. I believe this game is more akin to an action RPG. That makes perfect sense in the fact that they do have survival horror elements where you are struggling against things, but you obviously get stronger over time and you can upgrade your character, and that's introduced into this game where obviously when people call it Souls, like, there's no bonfires, enemies that will respawn when you go to the shrines. So all of that needs to be taken into account. I think RPG is the right method of choice for what this game is, and some modern conventions, and obviously how they handle certain things with focus and tying all these meters in. Personally speaking, I do believe that someone can get easily lost in the sauce or overwhelmed by a lot of the elements this game is doing, because again, you get a lot of interesting weapons, you get a lot of interesting counters, you have to know your Onomori builds, you have to get used to those. It is a lot of information. It's a big exposition dump of what they're trying to introduce with the combat. And it was a part of me that was thinking, I kind of like my Silent Hill simple. I prefer just getting a pipe, shooting something in the leg, and beating something to death, where it's a little bit of push and pull. We're in a tug of war. It's a war of attrition with Silent Hill 2 Remake. But the more I played this game, the more I realized there were systems in here that were really done well. As we said before, the builds are pretty cool to utilize and make, and to do parries, counters, and just destroy everything. You can do it with enough tenacity, and you probably will like this game if you are maybe a Souls-like or an action RPG junkie that wants to play something a little bit different. But for those people who went into this game probably expecting it to have straight up hardcore survival horror mechanics outside of just, like, you know, puzzles, exploration, and running around and running away from the enemy and getting rewarded through that, you're not going to have all of that occur on a new game plus. You're probably going to be all beefed out at that rate, and I guess you could kind of say that for any horror game. You know, you get the infinite RPG and you destroy everything at a certain point, but you have to expect that early with the builds that you're making, and that's where the fun of the game lies, is experimenting with what you get. I'm not sure how this conversation delved into, oh, if it doesn't have a gun, it can't be enjoyable, or people saying it's like column A or column B or column A or column B. You can say that some games did things better than others, and you probably would be correct. I think that if someone says Evil Within 2, that's a good combat system. There's nothing to complain about. But for this one, it has its own pros and cons. And the one that I had is obviously clanging off walls. I did not like it. But the RPG elements is the bread and butter of the game. Just the wall clanging stuff and just being interrupted like that. I just did not like that in the combat. I feel like if the game is going for elements of this nature, then there are times where it can feel a little bit clunky, especially indoors and interiors. And if it was just maybe, I don't know, a little bit faster or it felt a bit more intuitive, then I probably would like it a bit more. But I do have to knock a point down for just some of the weird things I was experiencing with the enemies. I feel like fighting multiple enemies in this game is a little bit stressful. And I just don't know how to wrap my head around it other than the fact that it's just not as snappy as I would like it to be, which is my problem with some of those fights. But I will say a positive. The boss battles in this game is larger than life stupid, and I'm saying this as a compliment because I'll talk about bosses later, but just some of them and the true ending final bosses that they put together, I thought that was well done with the Inari Fox, and then you're fighting this weird, someone called him Timu Rodan, and I just laughed so hard when I heard that description. That was so funny. With the other side just switching, and you're switching to Fox Hanako, and then the other Hanako, and you're fighting Timu Rodan with like a doll in his chest. I thought that was kind of cool. Like, some of the situations the game will thrust you into are interesting, and I have to give them the benefit of the doubt for making these fights very dynamic, even if there's some of them that could be a little bit annoying or a little bit cheap. The last issue I had was with some of the wind-up grabs. There's certain moments where, yes, you could dodge out of the way, but there's other moments, and I'm noticing this in Lost in the Fog, where an enemy is already in a grab animation, and by the time I react, it's already... It basically has me in its clutches already, and I'm taking 50% damage. And I was thinking to myself, in the one time I would compare video games, Resident Evil 3 Remake would be it, because at least if you get grabbed in that game, you can sort of mash out to take a little bit less damage, and I kind of like that mechanic, and I wish it was here. But I mean, beggars can't be choosers. I did like that. That was just a suggestion. But overall, I do think that I can get the complaints of people who aren't really feeling the combat. And I can also say some of these things are a little bit over exaggerated with the Souls-like stuff, and people just saying, oh, it's this, it's that. I classify it as this and that, and that's where the conversation becomes muddy when people do that with this game. You sort of have to go in and form your own take on it, but it is a huge amount of stuff to learn compared to other Silent Hill games. And in fairness, I think some people may not be ready for that. Some people might like it simplistic, because I was one of those people in the beginning before I started to learn more stuff about it. So it's a sort of pick your poison thing, but the game gives you enough tools to get through certain battles, and enough items to get through certain battles as well. So it's not really too hard on subsequent playthroughs. I think that's where the game shines more, and that's where I agree with Bach when he said that the game shines more through replays, and the first playthrough is a bit rough, but once you get through that, and once you get your fox arm, and once you start beating the shit out of things, it starts to liven up a bit more, and that's where my opinion lies on that one. So Max, it is your turn. What did you think about the combats of Silent Hill F?
The combat specifically, this is gonna be a bit of a weird comparison. I would relate Silent Hill. Okay, so compared, Tolkien and I have had plenty of talks because we both love Souls-like games. We played all sorts of different ones, and I'll admit I'm a bit more free flow with the definition of Souls-like. And this is reasonably so. People talk about there needs to be stamina meters, focuses on bosses, Metroidvania-esque style areas, bonfires, a mechanic where if you die, you can go pick up your souls, and like this makes sense. My definition of Souls-like has always been about the ebb and flow of combat, where you have something akin to stamina, where you have to manage your resources carefully because any enemy can ultimately like shut you down. You have to be careful and smart with every kind of foe. So I've always been a bit more free flow with it. That being said, the weird comparison, Silent Hill F is, you could say, if Stellar Blade is a connecting point between games like, you could say, Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden, God of War. God of War might be a little bit of a stretch, but Nier Automata. If it is a step in between that and Dark Souls games, right, where you do need to focus more on counters, you do need to focus on stamina management, but maybe they don't go all the way with it. Silent Hill F is the same way when it comes to survival horrors. It is that bridge between Evil Within, Resident Evil, I would say Outlast, but Outlast is almost entirely stealth. Maybe Dead Space if you want to really stretch the definition. It's between that and Dark Souls elements. You would call this a Souls light, not because it has the same mechanics, but because it has some of the same inspirations. Because if you took this same idea, just focus, and if you do a perfect dodge, you refill all of your stamina. If you take that to any other Dark Souls game, like any of them at all, if you bring it over to Elden Ring, right, you would break every single enemy over your knee like it was nothing. Like, it is such an overpowered, broken mechanic that I think it's honestly a perfect way to introduce people to the idea of these kinds of games. And who am I to comment on the culture of the entire gaming landscape and online discourse or whatever? There's a lot of stigma that people have against Dark Souls games because they fear that they are not able to do whatever they want. The cynical, cruel part of my brain would say this is a matter of a skill issue, and people are used to doing whatever they want, and they're not used to a game telling them no. And restrictions breed creativity, and I think it's a good thing for people to come out of their skin. A lot of streamers disagreed with this. They didn't like how it changed. I personally loved it, but I'm also biased because I love Dark Souls games. I love counters. I love those kinds of systems. I think they're a really good platform for further creativity. So that being said, I think they did a really good job with it. They took a risk. They took a step into a certain direction no other Silent Hill game has done before. And they made a system that, as much as it might feel a little rough in the beginning, that matches Hinako. Because as she goes, she clears her mind, she becomes more focused, she gets better. The floaty style of the combat kind of goes in line with the fact that you're fighting spiritual entities and that you're kind of loopy, on drugs, hallucinating, however you want to put it. It matches the vibe and flow, the grace but the unsettling movement of all the enemies, of the bosses, of you. It all flows together beautifully. I think they did a great job, and like I said, this is a perfect interim. It is a perfect middle step from different genres, and honestly, that's a good thing. The more genres people are able to enjoy instead of being locked to my horror games must have guns, honestly, the better. I definitely would want to applaud F for that.
Vulcan says Elden Ring is Souls, Stellar Blade is Souls Light, and Silent Hill F is action horror with RPG elements.
I agree with the RPG elements thing, but that's because they almost all have RPG elements. But like Tolkien and I will go back and forth about what is and isn't, and like I get it. I'm just a lot more loosey goosey with it personally.
Yeah, but see, the problem with the loosey gooseys, and you got people in, especially the geek server, that then like to go on this rant of we get a Souls game every other week in release when we don't.
Look,
Because
people,
they can't tell the fucking difference.
2 cakes. This is I love cake. This is awesome.
look,
No.
listeners out there who was iffy on this game for Souls elements, you know, I was kind of with you guys for a second. I'm not gonna lie, like I was I was about to say, yeah, this one's cooked for me, but I needed to give it time to stew in the oven, so there you go. But
It's about openness to new things, and hey, stretching new muscles never a bad thing, right?
to make the cat a little bit angry, I kind of understand it just a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry.
No. Stamina does not make a Souls game, else every single action game is a Souls game, and it is not.
I kind of have some understanding of where people were coming from with that a little bit, just a tiny bit. That's all. But
It's about the dance, Tolk. It's about the moving. It's about the strategy.
No, it's not.
well, she's about to tell more than what I said, but we're just gonna move to the next question for she blows gasket. So let's go to this one. Let's talk about the endings. So how did the different endings shape your understanding of the story and the structure? These endings include Coming Home to Roost, which is the normal ending, Fox's Wedding, which people label as the bad ending, the Fox's tail is wet or whatever, the fox wets his tail. This is supposedly the good ending from what I'm looking at, but I kind of didn't get that with some of the lingering horror afterwards. True ending, which is Ibusu Gaoka in Silence, and the Great Space Invasion, which is the UFO ending. If you didn't get a specific ending, then you can speak generally or skip it. And Tolkien, you will go first.
Okay. I was typing at the same time. And I was gonna say in the chat,
You gotta yell at me.
Hold on.
Oh no, she's still yelling at me.
What I was gonna say in relation to why they're calling it the good ending, the way I'm reading it is because they consider it a good ending because they have the fox mask, Kotoyuki, painted as the evil character, and Shu can do no wrong. So them running away together and her saying no to the arranged marriage is like good to them because it's good on her and Shu for running away from this toxic community that has her doing all these things, and fuck the town, it's gonna get blown up by the fucking like volcano hot spring things because the gods are mad now. So to them it's a good ending, which I don't think it is. I think really the only good ending is the true ending in my opinion, except if you want to count the UFO. I mean, you can count that as a good ending. But anyway, I liked all the endings. It was part of the reason why I replayed it that many times in a row because they were just really well done. I think for people that, as we said earlier, are only playing it through the one time, only seeing the base ending, if you had to only play it once, that would obviously be the best ending to see because the rest of them are not going to make any lick of sense. And if you're going to give yourself that disservice and not play through the rest of them, then at least this ending somewhat makes sense for the most part, and you could just leave it off that and just live in your own little mind and not see the rest of them and be okay. But it really is a disservice not to. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I think the base ending is good for a first playthrough. Easy to understand what happened. For those who want more, each ending offers more to the lore, more insight to Hinako and all the other characters. You get more lore of the town. You learn more about the gods that were involved and how all the sides are fighting for pretty much possession and control of Hinako. You get to see her grow as a character, all the decisions that lead to each of the endings, having the jokey UFO ending, just like Silent Hill 2 Remake did. I really enjoyed. It was a really easy ending that I did on the second playthrough really quickly, because if you just speed run, you could get to it in less than an hour, finish it, then you get just start technically third playthrough right after that, going for the second and the third endings, and then you get a new weapon right off the bat, and you get the one I wanted to call the mini lightsaber. The endings are all unique, show different outcomes in the perfect order to understand the story, keeps you coming back for more. just to see what was going to happen next. The first ending, having Hanako go crazy, murder everyone at her own wedding, was absolutely wild. Learning that like pretty much everything that was happening in the game, the shrine, is all in her head. Second ending, as I was saying earlier, is Hinako pretty much just accepting her fate. She gets married to Kotoyuki, and her face being on the ground screaming in agony and pain and for help is pretty much her giving up her sense of self to be what she deems as what she needs to be to for the marriage and what her parents want, and she can't be her own person now. And then you have the third ending, her rejecting the arranged marriage, running away with Shu, leaving the town to face the consequence of said decision, the dormant springs blowing up, engulfing the town, and everybody gets fucked besides the two of them. And then you have the true ending, where Hanako pretty much stands up for herself, does not choose either side, decides to forge her own path, and to travel, be herself, and see if she can actually be in a naturally occurring relationship with Kotoyuki in the future. Which, of course, in my opinion, is the best ending. I'll probably go ahead just lightly talk about the bosses while we're talking about the endings, since the bosses obviously have to do with them. The boss designs were fantastic. Sakugo being made into a symbol matching her family's duty as the priests and priestesses, the caretakers of the temples, dressed up in the garb. Rinko being practically hell incarnate and matching how she was upon her death, molded by hate, jealousy, fire, and flame. Hinako's mother and father very much showing how people viewed them as the overbearing and abusive father, shoving and manhandling the mother around, even in the fight. You could see this. And then people that beat the father and spared the mother get to see this interesting ending where you don't even have to beat the mom. You get the whole other cutscene. You get a special achievement for doing that. Of course, it's harder to do, but it's very nice to see. Then you have the Shiramoku being a symbol of Hinako herself, as she is married off with no face, essentially losing her identity. Then you have Shu, who turns into the multi-limbed, multi-faced Tsukumogami that was believed to be the resemblance of Ashura, that which opposes the gods. The tool man, if you want to call him that. And then you have the Inari, fox boss, the Seven Tails, who represents Kotoyuki, the head of his clan of the Inari. Every boss is unique in design and in combat. I liked all of them. I very much appreciated that there was a achievement attached to every single boss fight having to be done in a very particular way, which made it fun and interesting. And the bosses being to the scale they were, the end game more so than the ones throughout the game, make you feel small in comparison. Like you're facing overwhelming odds fighting each one of them. And yeah, definitely, I think I don't even know if I could pick a favorite one. I think they were all done so well. But like I had said earlier, just the imagery of the fox itself in that fight had me so on edge and so nervous and fearful seeing that show up on my screen. That face is going to just haunt me forever. Like, it was very well done. Very good.
All right, it is my turn on this question. So we are talking about the endings, and Tolkien rolled in the bosses. So I guess I can sort of do that same thing as well, and anything else I need to discuss there with symbolism. Okay, I'm gonna keep the endings part very brief. The first ending, the normal one that you get when you take the pills and you sort of just succumb and you start hallucinating and shit, and then you realize that Hanako got married and she's on the run and she killed all these people at the wedding. That was a crazy ending to me personally. People say it's confusing, but I sort of got the general gist of it with the pills being around during the Shiramuko fight. And just once you die, you start to see it and you start to hallucinate even more, and then the fight sort of continues, right? therefore, I already figured that this would lead into that ending when I saw it. I was like, oh, seems she got drugged or seems something happened. And I was already questioning the sanity of Hanako when you started to see her eyes during the cutscenes, and you see her eyes redden, and you get the idea that she may be a drug addict during the files, which it turned out to be true for that ending. And then when you get the other endings, okay. The Fox's wedding is very dark. I would say the text where she says, "I don't want to become my mother. I don't want to become my mother," and then her face gets stepped on, and she fully gets enveloped into being the Shiramuko. I thought that was haunting. Really, I thought that was a haunting visual of fully embracing what this thing is for tradition, and realizing that it's not what she really wanted before it's too late, and then having that dashed away, her past self dashed away, and having that stepped on, and it's like, well, now you are embodying the marriage. I thought that was a very, very dark ending, and it is kind of one that I expected to happen in a game of this nature. The fox wets his tail is funny as fuck to me, because it's essentially the SpongeBob meme, where it's essentially they say, "Oh, we saved the town" or whatever, but not in this case. It's kind of like the town's just fucked, and they decide to go on their merrily way, and sort of it's like Shu and Hanako is partners together, and we're getting out of here. And then there's the radio call where it's like, "Hey, we're being bombarded with these geysers. What's going on? Everyone's dying." And I just thought that part is a hilarious delineation from the mood of being happy and carefree, and then realizing that they didn't care about everyone else. It's all about them. It's a self-serving ending, and everyone is dead. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city, and everything's just up in smoke. I thought it was hilarious. The UFO ending seems like a weird. I like that it's done in manga style, and that it's just tongue-in-cheek, stupid. The characters are bickering around and talking about their lifestyles, and how they sort of are presented in these sort of caricatures of themselves, and how they feel about each other, and then the aliens come in. I thought it was a very, very, very cutesy ending. Nothing really too fancy. Just, oh, this is like them having dumb fun. This is slice of life. So I thought that was fine for what it is. Usually in the Silent Hill UFO endings, it's just people that gets like zapped by an alien and gets anally probed, and then everyone moves on about their business. The true ending is the best ending in the game, honestly. I think the true ending gives you the most context of what's going on with the story, what's going on with the characters, what's going on with the lore, and it sort of fills in all the blanks. I believe on that path of the true ending, you start to get pertinent conversations involving Kotayuki's like real intentions, and then the Inari Fox sort of controlling, being the one behind the center of everything, and then you feel bad for a lot of the people involved with this ending. And you also feel a sense of relief, because now Hanako's, she finally has self-realization with the Shadow Hanako, which has come to some peace in a sense. Whereas in other endings, either she gets forced into being the Shiramuku, or simply, her past self dies. It's one or the other. But in this one, it sort of shows the differing intentions, but it's almost like a state of peace. And I kind of enjoyed that from that ending. Like, one of my favorite endings in Silent Hill 2 Remake is the leave ending, when James gets to leave, and it sort of has that same sentiment where they're leaving with their sanity intact, and they're sitting on top of the shrine. And I just thought it was a cute visual and interesting and neat way to end the game. And let's see, what else am I missing? I think that is it in terms of that for the endings. For bosses, I'm just gonna keep it light. I really love most of them. I'm trying to think of a boss I hate, but I I guess I could say I didn't like Rinko too much because of stupid puppets. It's just like fuck you, but you can also sort of cheese it and just punch them before they even set ablaze. Um, and I kind of felt like I love the end boss, and I'm also gonna hate it on replays of Lost in the Fog because that fight goes on for quite a while, and you're switching between perspectives. But I applaud them for doing something unique and intricate and cool. My favorite boss in the game, I'm gonna say, is the Shiramuko because it's just a very interesting design of this giant bridal maid with no face trying to do all these combos on you, and you're just going what the fuck, and you die, you restart, and the fight goes on, and you're wondering what's going on. It was a total mindfuck getting to that point. But yeah, I would say that's one of the cool fights in the game, along with the arrow guy, although he's slightly annoying. I'm not gonna lie. With those golden arrows, he kind of got on my nerves just a little bit. But that is a sort of a traditional. I'm going to tower over you and do all these sword moves as we get close, and if you don't dodge, then I'm gonna be taking chunks of damage on you. And yes, there's the achievement where you can't get hit by the arrow. And if you get hit by it, you won't get the achievement. So it's cool they wrote boss achievements into it. I think I got most of them on my second playthrough, where it's like, don't get hit by Rinko's puppets, or don't get hit by the golden arrows from Timu Rodan, or something else that sort of happens in other fights as well, certain things and parameters that you have to meet. I think there's also one where for the true ending, you have to beat that boss in less than 10 minutes. That's the one that I got a couple of minutes ago, and I thought that was pretty cool too. So it's these little goals that they put in there, and it's doable, and it's kind of nice. It may feel hard at first, but once you get past it and you find out, oh, this is the strategy. Oh, I gotta restart and do things here. It's sort of a interesting push and pull when you consider all things in general. So I really like that aspect of the bosses and their symbolism too, because to think that some of your friends turn up into these fucked up mockamations is just, it's just really sickening at times to see what Rinko turns into, to see what Shu turns into. It is really messed up, and I enjoy it. Next up is Max. How do you feel about the bosses, and how do you feel about the endings of the game?
Talking about the endings first, I think this is the best place to put it. Okay, we have talked about the lore in an authoritative way because we are all now past the game, multiple playthroughs. We understand what's going on. We kind of, if you're watching this, we kind of assume you may have an idea as well. The entire game, I had a running tally of how many actual gods that there were. I counted the tool gods, the god of the god of like the sword and being like the soldiers and everything. The dragon, we haven't really talked much about this, how there's an entire subplot. Talk says, "Oh no, not this," because I ranted about this a lot on stream. The foxes are holding back through the tree. They are holding back the dragon that represents the, I forget the exact chemical that was going through the water that was hurting everyone, that was causing all the boils and everything, that some people thought was the foxes, but it was also but it's also the like the sore, or the sores that were caused, like, is it the foxes cursing people, or is it the dragon coming back? There used to be, I forget if it was a 7 or 8-headed one, and this is like the only survivor. And like there's all this different subplot of people worshiping the sword, the tools, the tree, the dragon, the foxes. And then at the end of it, I thought the doll was the actual spirit of Silent Hill. Like whatever entity Silent Hill naturally is, I thought that was the doll influencing them, representing a selfish subconscious, which, as rightly called out, was not the case whatsoever. The endings do a great job of, the first one hits you with the bewilderment. You are stuck in a situation where you're pulled in so many different ways, you don't know what's up, and you just snap. While the next two, you either go with your childhood self or you go with the future. And I think that's apologies, I looked over a chat. I think that does a great job of showing like how you're pulled in each way, the benefits, but also the ultimate curse of each one. And then the final one, The final one being this perfect wrapping everything up, understanding that it is a series of puppeteers influencing your friends, influencing your family, influencing you, pulling you both ways, you coming together and fighting it. It was awesome. They did a really good job, I think. There might be some finer details that are missed out on the nature of the white Claudia, the nature of the red liquid that dispels the white Claudia brings in the gods, the red liquid gets rid of them. That aspect of it and connected to Silent Hills or the other Silent Hill games. But as a whole, I think they did a really good job with the joke ending, of course, being adorable. It's fun. It's a really cute art style. But I think they did a great job with the endings, which is why we've emphasized so much. You really need to play them all. They're all worth playing. In terms of the boss fights, I had a great time with them. Unfortunately, talking about enemy design a little bit, almost all the Silent Hill games don't have the most in terms of enemy designs. They're reused between the other world and the you could say the normal world, but there's little subtle differences and little intricacies, and they're also in-depth enough that it's somewhat forgivable. If I had to talk about like my least favorite boss, for example, it would be, I don't know the technical name for it, but the pregnant woman. Now, I'll admit on this podcast, I'm a little biased. I am married. I have a child, and my wife, as of recording, could give birth any day now. So seeing the worst possible imagination of what pregnancy and childbirth looks like when I played the game, I almost vomited on stream. It was one of the most disgusting things that I could possibly imagine because this is something I've lived through. Like, I hold my child in my arms every day. Obviously, I wasn't the one giving birth, but you get what I mean. So, like, the enemy design and the boss design was really good. Maybe there could be a bit more variety, but honestly, was it really needed, especially with the melee focused combat? In terms of favorite boss designs, my first instinct was actually to say Rinko and Sakuko because they each represent like their emotions very well in a mechanical sense, trying to bring religion in as the answer, being a literal blinding light only to sidewind you with its flail. Very cool, very fun. The idea of the class president bringing in these clones, but also burning with jealousy and burning everything around them. The clones not only getting in her way, but getting in your way, and the way that they're explosive kind of represents how they treated you. Just the scarecrows in general. Like, I'm always a sucker for Weeping Angel enemies. But I think my favorite is the final Inari. The way that it melts when you hit it, the way that it moves like an animal, the way that it stalks you, it laughs at you, it stares at you. Along a similar vein, you could say the Fox Mask fights because they are very similar. It's just the final Inari is like an upgraded version of it. Those brief glimpses of humanity in Fox Mask as he's like trying to say, I really do want what's best with you, but he's doing it in a screwed up way. Very fun, very anime, well designed, absolute blast. Because by that time, at the end, you are filled with the same rage that Hinako is, and it is just so much fun. I really, really enjoyed it, especially the visual of like flipping back and forth between the two realms. Absolutely awesome. Loved it.
All right, we are moving on to the next question. We got like two more. There's been debates around Silent Hill F and Silent Hill Townfall not taking place in Silent Hill and being deemed as non-Silent Hill games. Do you see them as spin-offs or true Silent Hill experiences, or both, or neither? And does the Silent Hill phenomenon and lore and ties like White Claudia or the Red Liquid, how does that make it work for you? And I want to go first on this one because I have a lot to say. Obviously, oh, and one correction, the White Claudia, it does hallucinations, and the Red Liquid sort of expels gods. I want to start there with the connections. When people say that it isn't connected to the world of Silent Hill, but it does things of that nature, or there are things that were established in previous lore that was introduced, like White Claudia or like the Red Liquid, and it's being utilized, obviously it is still interconnected in the world of Silent Hill. And I'm pretty sure Townfall is going to do the same thing yet again. I'm not all for Silent Hill gatekeeping, as you know. I am not a Silent Hill gatekeeper. I feel as though it is fine to have spin-offs in a franchise. There's been spin-offs before in other franchises as well, and it's been deemed as absolutely fine. Look at something like Resident Evil Dead Aim, where it is completely divorced from the main overarching mainline plot, and it still takes place in the world of Resident Evil. And I know people are gonna go tooth and nail. I know people are gonna debate over that, but it is true. You can do it. You can use those aesthetics, and you can make a powerful story where the thematics and the themes and the lore and the psychological dread and torment still feels like it's emulating that experience of a Silent Hill title. And I think it is worthy of the name. I think it has earned it for the high quality merits and what they have produced with the psychological themes in a different way. And it feels like difference is just being shunned in that regard, and people aren't taking the time to realize that Konami has to build a mainline Silent Hill game themselves, and they have been on the outs for game development for years in terms of making a mainline Silent Hill title. Remember, they burnt Team Silent, and they sort of have to pick up the pieces and do their own thing. And I have no problem with them outsourcing games if they turn out to be something interesting, which is what I said about Silent Hill F and what I said about Silent Hill 2 Remake, which were fascinating games to play. They just probably had to pick the right people, as opposed to Book of Memories, where they picked the wrong people, or Silent Hill Downpour, where it didn't go so well. You could pick the wrong people, and you could pick the right people, and that was a case of that happening. As for the Silent Hill phenomenon taking place, for people who don't know, the Silent Hill phenomenon is a new established lore treatment where Silent Hill is able to happen anywhere at any time, and this was introduced into Silent Hill Ascension, and it has been mandated to move into other Silent Hill titles, spin-offs, mainline, whatever. This is now the established canon. This kind of had to happen, in my personal opinion, because if it did not, then I think we would just be stuck at the same town forever, and there would be no evolution of the sort, no other stories anywhere else. And in the cut content for Silent Hill: The Short Message, I believe that, oh, let me do a correction. This Silent Hill phenomenon was introduced into Short Message, not Ascension, my bad. But when they did that, they had cut content that said they were going to explain that it tied to the other world, and the other world was growing more evil within Silent Hill, and it fed off of that, and this eventually spiraled out of control into other people doing rituals, witchcraft, massive killings, because Silent Hill is built on an Indian burial ground, if people didn't know that, which is why it's cursed and haunted to begin with. And I said this in a video when defending this notion. What if an Indian burial ground could happen somewhere else? Or what if this Indian burial ground or mass killings or people being sacrificed can happen anywhere else, and it feeds off the evil of that? I think it would make perfect sense for it to be tied to that other world. So that's fine. Like, as long as it makes sense in those traditions, I don't see why they should shy away from it. And if they make it more compelling in order for this stuff to take place, that is a scary thought, that Silent Hill can happen in the back of your yard, and it could personally influence like various people who are suffering from mental duress, and they are susceptible to seeing things and reporting these sightings. So I don't have any problem with it. I'm fine with it. I think people just don't realize that when they stagnate, or when a series stagnates truly and it changes, they just can't accept that for some reason. We've seen it before with Silent Hill 4. That series, that particular entry, changed a lot of things that weren't really traditional, and that's a Team Silent game. That's the game that your home team made, and they made a lot of changes, and some for the better, some for the worse. I think it's all a big experimentation game, and in order to keep a franchise alive, you have to experiment and be different. you have to be like Resident Evil where you have versatility with something, otherwise you just don't go anywhere and your franchise dies. So that's what I think about that. Tolkien, you are next.
Well, I don't have a lot to say about it, but I'm an asshole. I don't see them as spin-offs at all. I think people that think Silent Hill games must only take place in Silent Hill are brain damaged, and don't really think about the aspects of what the games are standing for. Silent Hill, to me, has always been more about the mental anguish, people dealing with psychological trauma in the inner recesses of their mind, and the bosses, the monsters, the environment always being metaphors or symbolism for those traumas that they're dealing with, and it having some sort of a link to the occult. All of that is present in F. People that are getting their panties in a twist over it being in Japan and not reading the lore and realizing that it's fully explaining where the White Claudia came from, the fact that it fucking is growing in Shu's backyard, and everything else that happens in the game that perfectly explains why it's tying to Silent Hill games in the first place. I just think people want to bitch. And as that's already been perfectly stated, you can't exactly just keep having games in the same town forever and ever. It's going to get fucking boring. You have to kind of change it a little bit. And I think this game does it very well, and I think it matches perfectly into the Silent Hill universe. So I have no fucking issue with it.
Max, what about you? How do you feel about the idea of people not liking future Silent Hills because they don't take place in Silent Hill? And how would you deem these as spin-offs or full experiences to the lore, or both?
So I realized I haven't really talked much about it when comparing the, like, I mentioned it once, comparing the game to like Fatal Frame, right? Fatal Frame's mindset was that it's not so much. Okay, so I'll admit I didn't look into Ascension, and I missed the cut content about a short message. I'll admit that I was kind of a hater for short message because it's like, oh, this is teenage angst. My first instinct was to kind of like slap them upside the head a little bit. But Fatal Frame settings isn't really based on a particular location. There's a through line of different tools, people that may connect one or two games, but for the most part, it's about psychic, spiritual, undead, ghost, whatever you want to call it, divine entities and influence. I didn't have an issue with Silent Hill going to Silent Hill going to Japan because it opened a question of, we were under the impression that there was one entity, one place, one thing that had this effect, that those who came into it, the manifestations of their own subconscious mind, guilt, whatever, the stronger the emotion, the stronger it would be, would warp the environment, warp perceptions. You never knew what was real, what was being made, what was fake. Is the purpose of this entity to create anguish? Is it like in Silent Hill 1 and 3, where is there a particular godlike entity trying to come into this world, trying to eat people, trying to kill people? The cults in a Downpour, Homecoming, the idea of the ritual in 4, like all these gave different ideas, but it was always around one singular type of entity that you didn't know its motive, right? And then you go to Japan. We know these entities' motives. The foxes want to get stronger, expand their influence and their control. The tool gods, since I can never remember the actual name, they wanted control and worship and reverence as well. So, if anything, I think the biggest thing that these people are, that the people who say like it's not Silent Hill because it's not in the original town, which, like, yes, we're moving outside like that realm, right? The biggest question that comes up is, it's not about one fish in a pond anymore. This is an ocean. How many spiritual entities are there? How many gods, demons, cults, whatever you want to say, are out there? What are their motives? Is the spiritual realm not necessarily because of one god, but because of human emotion influencing and manifesting the environment itself? And I think that's the way more interesting bit. Once again, to Fatal Frame, the plot of 4 and 5 involve spiritual entities and the congestion of them manifesting real life problems. People becoming possessed, people becoming obsessed with their own like memories and downfallings and like anguishes that they're going through. A disease that was created that forces people to sacrifice themselves, where if a certain ritual isn't done to stave it off, things get worse. Kind of sounds familiar to the foxes needing to eat a person every 8 years, I believe, in order to maintain power to help stave off the dragon. But is it actually there to stave off the dragon, or do they just need it to gain power and that's the way that they want to eat? I want to give credit to Tolk. She says the white Claudia was growing in Shu's backyard and was obviously an ingredient in the red pills. Notes in the game state that the seeds of the plant were brought to Japan by a Christian missionary in the 16th century, which is a great connection point. Thank you for that. I don't want to think of it as like a silent. Okay, I'm sorry. Ren, I'm not trying to crap on you. When I hear Silent Hill phenomena, my brain gags a little bit. That just
Hey,
doesn't
that's
sound
literally
weird to
what they
me.
call it. It's funny.
No, I believe you. I believe you. I'm just sitting there. I'm just like, ew. What the fuck? Ew. No, I would if they go the route of different spiritual entities using the spirit realm and people's emotions. The spirit realm, because, okay, not to bring a little Christianity into this, humans have souls. So if this realm is affected by our deepest anguishes through our souls and generates things as a result, there's a ton of different mythologies, a ton of different directions you could take this. You could have Silent Hill happen anywhere. Not trying to make it a Pokemon Go situation where it's like, oh, they're literally everywhere. You just have to find them. No, it's you can have all sorts of stories and mythologies all explained and all subtly connected through this spiritual realm. I think it's a great thing, and I'm excited to see it expand just as Fatal Frame expanded with its ideas. Like, it's just the big question is, how does it all work mechanically? What is this pantheon that is being built? And maybe that's a little far reaching for what they want to go for, but the potential is 100% there.
I also want to quickly home in on the gods thing. I believe that is a great point because if you think about the place of silent spirits, which is Silent Hill, like, what are other places that have gods, or is there other places that have more powerful entities causing shit and people are going berserk because of it? Or if someone is enhancing the witchcraft in the area, it makes you think. I feel like this is a topic where open-mindedness is going to assure what this next slew of content is going to be for Silent Hill, and there are so many different avenues that could be interesting that they could go down into, and I kind of want to see what they do with Townfall, because I do find it fascinating that, hey, the monsters look like it's hooked up to an IV tube and the character is hooked up to that. This means a man is probably terminally ill and he's going through stuff, and I kind of want to see that. There's variations of certain things that they've taken from the franchise's past and certain things they're doing that's intricate and different, and I think you can tie it all in when you give a little bit more credence and explanation, which is what some people aren't willing to do. And if they aren't willing to do it, that they don't want the franchise to succeed and move forward. And that's kind of what I think of it. But we're moving on to
Ren, sorry, real quick. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? In Silent Hill 1, the demon looks like Baphomet, right? Like the big stereotypical like angel wings, crossed legs, 6 nipples, whatever you want to call it, right? That's like in Silent Hill 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's her name? I forget the priestess references geomancy. Like, holy shit, we have opened up the realm of how many different mythologies and religions that we're all connected to this shit. Like, the potential is there.
Yeah, with religion, it expands to a lot of things. And I mean, it's another thing people have to think about is it's a no-brainer that Silent Hill has a lot of zealots that focuses on this stuff, like the cult, or you have Dahlia herself in Silent Hill 1. Why can't that happen for various other people outside of Maine? I just, it's just baffling. I don't get it when people say this stuff, because I kind of want to see what they do when other people are influenced by evil deeds, and that tends to affect the town or make things blown up to a degree. So personally speaking, I'm on board if they keep the stories as interesting as this, and I kind of want to see what they do next. But of course, we have to get Townfall out of the way, and it's been interesting discussion on this game. So we're gonna lead to the final question, which is talking about, to wrap up, where does this game ultimately land for you within the Silent Hill series, and do you think it will be remembered over time? And Max, you will go first.
As you said that, I started to lean back on my chair, hands on my head, like, okay, I have to really think about this shit now. I would say, as a whole, I adore Silent Hill, the previous ones, for its ideas on how to convey trauma. It's psychological. I know we use buzzwords a lot, but like the way that it can subtly convey ideas. 2 and remake obviously are the pillars of this. All of the little details that just show the depths that James has gone through, right? I would say in that regard, F is a little more heavy-handed. It is a lot more open and honest with exactly what it's going for and what the themes are, if you're willing to look for it. But it does a great job of obfuscating it by making it so it's like, oh, well, everyone's an unreliable narrator. Everyone's being manipulated. But by the time you get to the end, it's very well understood. And while there's a lot to be said for, I've never been a fan of it's all in your head, like, tropes. Like, I always find that to be cheating and like to remove the stakes, and it's not fun. And especially with Silent Hill, it's like, well, then how do you explain the rituals and the missing people and the da 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 da? So whenever anything comes up that's like it was all in your imagination, I hate that shit. I think it's awful. But and like there's a lot to be said for like it's up to interpretation though. I think F does a fantastic job of not only telling an in-depth story with a lot of unknown details, but also being able to tie it up in a bow very nicely. I think it's a great entry. It has a lot of new ideas, especially with 2 being remade. This is a great way to show like, all right, we're gonna rebuild these, but we're also going to provide you with new ideas, new concepts, new places to go to. We're going to try some different mechanics and things. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Townfall is in first person. So that's another different direction that they're trying to go with it. It is fascinating. I absolutely love my time with it. I was glad to be proven wrong about a game that needed multiple playthroughs, and I absolutely enjoyed all of it. If let's see, as per normal on these podcasts, I would rate this game the dodge and focus mechanic out of 10. It's floaty, it's weird, it's surreal, but once you get a handle on it, once you get the flow of the game, it feels beautiful, flitting in and out of combat, annihilating enemies. Like, it feels great, and it adds perfectly with the tone and the vibe of the game. And Townfall is in Scotland 1996. Thank you for telling me that, Ren. But yeah, I absolutely loved my time with it, and I really hope people give it more of a try. There's a lot of divisive energies with this game, and I think it is worth a shot, if I could speak properly.
All right, so I'm gonna go. I won't be too long on this, but I think this game had an uphill battle because obviously in the horror Discord, I wasn't really feeling that first playthrough. I still feel firm in that first playthrough really was annoying me to the point where I was thinking, yeah, this game's a solid 6 out of 10. That's what I was feeling at the time. But if you let the game sink its hooks into you, its meat hooks, and you go ahead and you give it an honest try with an open mind, I do think your score will go up once you decide to give it more of a chance on later playthroughs. See how areas progress when they get better. See how the endings with better context sort themselves out. And personally speaking, and I thought about this for a long time, I think the score that I'm going to give this game is the same as the critics gave it, where it is a solid 8 out of 10. I believe it deserves that. It has some trappings of issues with the combat to me personally, but on a surface level, it gets better as you do more runs, more playthroughs, more stuff. So it becomes a bit more tolerable to deal with. And I believe that the story, atmosphere, tone, lore, characters, it fires well on those cylinders. And most people, even if you don't like the combat, most people who played the game say this anyway. They say they like the plot, they say they liked what they learned with the other endings, they say that the tone and the atmosphere is all top notch, 10 out of 10, and they're only divisive on one thing. The game does get a lot of stuff right for the most part, and it's funny when people say it's as worse as Downpour, which I definitely don't agree with that opinion. I would say it's definitely better than most of the Western Silent Hill games. And when you start getting to Silent Hill 2 Remake and stuff like that, I personally believe that's when it gets more subjective, because I do enjoy Silent Hill 2 Remake a bit more than this game in terms of an experience. But I do believe this game is not terrible. If it's an 8 out of 10, it's definitely something that sits up there, probably behind those, probably behind Silent Hill 2 OG for me, because I enjoy OG, and maybe Silent Hill 3 as well, because I also really enjoyed that experience. But this is definitely way better than Silent Hill 4 and most of the other games that came out, and it varies from some of the stuff that they do as well. I think it's a longer experience to have a bit of meat on the bones compared to Silent Hill 3 if we do compare and contrast, because Silent Hill 3 is a great game, but it is very, 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 very short, and the replay value relies on replaying the game just to get the bad ending, and it's not a lot of endings in that game. It's good ending, bad ending, and that's it. Replay value F kind of stomps that game, in my personal opinion, but again, it's just my opinion. This game is good. Again, this is a good track record of them to be on if we compare and contrast, and I cannot wait until the next game, which is Townfall. Tolkien, it is your turn. Where would you rank this compared to the Silent Hills that you've played?
Well, as everybody should know at this point, I have only played the remake of Silent Hill 2. That was my first entry into the franchise. Became obsessed after that, so I can't wait for Townfall and the other remakes that I know they are planning on doing in future. So I can't obviously compare this one to much, but I'm just super glad that the franchise is coming back the way it deserves. And I'm super excited for all of it. I think this game was good. I think a lot more people should play it. Like with most games in the modern era now, it's got divisive things in it where you've got half of gamers complaining about it and the other half praising it, and it just feels like anymore that's every game that comes out. But for me personally, it's an easy 9 out of 10. The devs tried new things. They weren't afraid to swing for the fence. I give them credit for that, instead of just doing the same old thing or falling back on old reliable. This is one of the only games that comes to mind immediately that does multiple playthroughs correctly. Most games, especially horror games in particular, their replay value or multiple endings that they do is a cutscene. Something so little, but you have to replay the whole entire game that doesn't change, and you just get a different little cutscene at the end. And that's okay, but like this is done way better in the sense of like so much changes. An example I had given in the chat earlier was Chronos. I love Chronos. I love that game. But the way it does the multiple endings is garbage. You can get the first two endings by just reloading a save. But the third one, which is the only thing different about it, is a cutscene. You have to replay the whole entire game to get it. So, I mean, going for like the plat and things like that wasn't super hard. It was just more obnoxious than anything because, you know, if you're going to replay through a game a second time, you want things to be different, you want it to be fun. And I think Silent Hill F did it perfectly. I never felt annoyed having to replay the game 4 times to see everything because it was just so much differently about it. So they do that correctly. The story is fantastic. The themes are great. The voice acting was spectacular in both Japanese and English. The optimization was top tier. One of the very few games that feels like that came out and had very little issues for people that actually knew how to use their PC correctly. Combat was fun, in my
Get a little
opinion.
targeted here.
Like, no, I'm more talking about people that like have to be babied and claim to be PC gamers, but don't realize that they have to change settings to get games to actually function on their console. This isn't a fucking PlayStation or an Xbox or a Switch. You can't pop the game on and expect it to just run. That's not how PCs work, and if you don't know how to do that, then maybe you shouldn't have one. Anyway, combat was fun. Sound design was fire. So yeah, I think for me it was an easy 9 out of 10. I recommend it to people that like horror games. And as was stated earlier, it is definitely one where you don't have to have played the previous ones to enjoy it. It can be its own monster. But yeah, it was fantastic. I enjoyed every second of it.
The only thing I'll say is that, you know, that requirement for true endings, maybe dumb that down to one and instead of 2 endings needed to get it. And if you're going to change around everything, I think this part of the suggestion is really good. Change, like, put in new entire levels on top of that. I know they did with certain segments, and some of the boss fights are entirely new and different, but I would like to see just a completely new area that will throw me for a loop, versus, you know, you got to go back to the Hanako estate and Shimizu residence and do some of the same things just with some newly placed scenes. I would like to see just new areas entirely under this playstyle, and that would make the replay value shoot up infinitely better than most horror games.
It already has replay value better than most
Yeah, but
games.
I want to see new
So-
levels. I'm spoiled.
No. Well,
Spoiled.
that's a you issue. And as far as the ending thing, as well as nice as it sounds on paper, in practice it wouldn't work because making it be eligible to be seen as the third ending would mean that you are missing the actual third ending before seeing the true one. So, hence why it is locked to a fourth ending.
I didn't
that
like
you
that.
have to experience each one and then
Yes.
like the story that goes along with it, and just there's so much story. If you try to make it to less playthroughs, it's going to be this long incomprehensible mess. Like,
Well,
you could say it's tedious, but you're getting powered up each time you're going through. Like, that cuts down on a ton
Well,
of time.
it's not just that, it's the fact that the whole entire end game, the end boss of ending 4, has you pitting the bosses from 2 and 3 against you. If you are allowed to see the 4th true ending before seeing either Shu transform or the fox, you're going into this 4th ending and you're like, what in the actual fuck kaiju is happening? So, I mean, it's there for a good
Them being
reason.
kaiju was pretty great, though.
there's
Like, the scene where you're choking each other out and like they're both looming over each other, like that was hype.
there,
But yeah,
there's
you need that build up and that upgraded version of each person or you need to see the base forms to enjoy the upgraded when you do the final fight.
there's games that just do that better, a little bit, in my opinion. I liked how RE1 Remake just sort of cut the preliminary. Hey, you either save this person or you don't, or you get this thing or you don't, and then you wind up with the actual true ending of the game, or as true as it wants to be, because we're not going to talk about the full canon thing, not on this podcast. But still, I just stumbled upon the true ending by chance because I was going for the bad ending and I offered the brooch. And I didn't realize that, oh, this gets me the true ending. I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll take it. But yeah, I can see people's other side as to, oh, well, I gotta play the game like more than twice. That's a little bit much. I can see playing it more than once, but like 3 times for an ending is a little I can see why.
Really,
but
it really is like Nier Automata, where it's like, when is this genuinely justified in terms of the plot, gameplay, is enough changing everything? It really is those two games. That's the only ones I can think of.
Mhm.
Besides, like, obvious roguelikes and such.
But the only thing I will offer is different levels, because I do believe that going through the house again was a little bit like, I've seen this place before many times. I would like to just be in a completely different area, or have maybe the fungal growth or whatever the hell was going on grow inside of the house and make more hazards along the way. If you're going to do backtracking properly and you want to make it fresh, change the environment. That's one way to go about
a
it.
bit more into it, yeah.
Yeah,
But the problem is if you did it out of order, they want to make it so you can still do it in the right order, and da da da.
yeah. So I think changing the environment would work to introduce new hazards or creatures that's never been there before, so you're at least a bit more surprised by what's going on. But I think that's it for this podcast in particular. We're gonna do sign-offs. Tolkien, where can we find you on social media?
The usual. I'm on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, just under Lady Tolkien 7.
Max, what about you? Where can we find you on social media?
I'm racking my brain and I'm trying to think of if we like missed anything. It's like, okay, we talked about the arm cutting off, we talked about the enemy variety, we talked about like I'm like trying to think if we forgot everything, because this has been a lot of fun to talk about. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Max, also known as Zoreccho. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Discord as well. I am a VTuber and variety streamer. Unfortunately, as of recording, I'm probably going to be going on break soonish, but due to a baby being born. But we have been going through Armored Core, hopefully Stellar Blade soon, maybe some Pragmata, playing a whole lot of different stuff. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. This has been a lot of fun to talk about.
All right, you can find me on YouTube at Renegade Operative. You can find me on Twitch at Renegade Operative _ and Blue Sky at renoperative.bsky.social. I haven't been uploading much. It's funny that we talked about controversy. The last video I uploaded was talking about the controversy of Pragmata, where to think that even a wholesome game can get a controversy made out of it. So Tolkien is right that it kind of happens to every game these days. But I am in the midst of reviewing this game on my own time. I probably will write a script very soon when I get close to the platinum, as well as we're gonna be playing some James Bond next month, because that's gonna be the next big game that I get, and I will be streaming that and throwing stuff at people just like I did in the previous James Bond playthroughs. So that should be fun and entertaining. So look forward to that, and that's all I got for uploads that I'm doing, as well as this podcast, because it's like 4 hours long. So this is the IS signing off. Hopefully you guys really enjoyed this deep dive and analysis and discussion, and you guys take care of yourselves. Later.